Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Welcome to stream. Hi everybody. Hi. Um, it's the new year. It's 2026. How crazy is that? Whoa, yeah, hi, hello. I got new stuff. The cute outfit, yes. Let's hear some noise for the clothes. Let's hear some noise for the clothes. Um, I decided on a whim to customize this outfit just to have like a special like New Year's outfit. I thought it'd be fun. I thought it'd be exciting. Um makes noise. I love this. I love it too. I think it's very cute. Looking respectfully. Okay. Actually, wait, no. I have a toggle for this now. I don't have to scroll manually. Bam. Hello. Welcome to stream. You might have noticed I redecorated a little bit. My chat is a little less fanced out. I never quite know what to do with these like shaped chat boxes. I like them. I just think maybe you need to be rotated just a little bit. Not me. You. Let me rotate you just slightly. That might be too much. Actually, no, that's cute. Is it though? Am I making that up? I think I might be making that up. Just remove chat entirely from the stream. Great idea. Great idea. Yeah, you're rotated now. You know what? It's cute enough for me to keep. Maybe I'll keep working on it and make it look a little bit better. But for now, it's cute enough to keep. I do enjoy that. Merry New Year, Pipi the Ananassa. Merry New Year, Hitsu the G. I'm extremely excited that it's not 2025 anymore. I'm very excited that it's not 2025 anymore. And I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you, last night's stream, I had fun, but I felt like this, like, okay, I'm gonna be blunt, the stream was bad and I was the reason why. The stream was bad and it was wholly because of me. I don't know what, okay, I do know what happened. So the night before, December 30th, I stayed up all night long, working on stuff. And then I did get some sleep at around like 8 in the morning. I went down for a nap. I think you just got too much chat all but once there. The rotation is cute. Yeah, right? Okay, here's the thing. Okay, wait, let me finish my story. And then I'll go back to talking about the chat widget. What was I saying? Oh, right. Right. I stayed up all night working on something a few nights ago. And then at like 8 in the morning, I laid down and I got a couple hours of sleep. And the sleep did feel good. It felt really good to sleep, but it didn't restore any of my like charisma or social energy. Just it restored purely my physical energy for the most part, because I feel like I still didn't really have enough to like it hit midnight and I was like, okay, the stream is over. Like I've done what I set out to do. And I think that's the first time I've ever done that I've ever been like, okay, it's midnight, time to go to bed now. Like that is the first time I've like almost not made it to the new year. But I was just kind of like, like I've had this stream in the books for a while. I still want to do it. Like why not? Let's just go, right? So, I did the stream and like I said, I had fun. But like something happened to my charisma stat. I was nat oneing over and over and over again, and I could feel it. I could feel it. It was just one of those days. And I was very disappointed that would happen to me for the special New Year's Eve stream. And that's why I'm here today. Yeah, basically something just happened. And I was very disappointed that would happen to me during the New Year's Eve stream specifically. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stream New Year's Day and hopefully do like a refresh. So that's why we're here today. We don't have much planned. We're probably just gonna talk, and then maybe play some Kirby Air Ride, the GameCube version. I do have the Switch 2 version. I have a Switch 2 now, and I have Kirby Air Riders and Mario Kart World. I've gone over this a little bit, but Currently with the way my room is set up, I like the distance between my television and my computer is like too vast for me to hook up my capture card. So it like switch to game streams eventually, just not now until I have that figured out. In general though, oh yes, I was gonna talk about Slime 2. Okay, so I use Slime 2 for my chat. It's very you guys see me working on it sometimes. I can literally just like interact with it in stream or whatever, and it has all these settings, right? It has all these settings. What you don't see though is the disappearing tab. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't find the file I originally had. That originally had all of my slime files in it. So I like deleted all the ones because I had test run a couple widgets. You guys kind of saw like the frog chat that I had before. I test ran a couple widgets. I didn't really like them. So like, you know, but I had all these like open files that I was just transferring my stream key back and forth to, and I lost the original one. I don't know where it went. So I had to I re-downloaded just like the whole like base Slime 2 chat, right? But like for some reason, now that I'm going through all these tabs, they used to have a disappearing tab where I would set the chats to disappear every 10 seconds. Like they would appear on screen, they'd be there for 10 seconds, and then they would disappear. And now like with this version, maybe I need to go find like a newer version. But like the disappearing, wait. Wait. It used to be its own tab. Wait. No, that didn't. Oh! Okay, guys, wait, I fixed it. Wait, guys, don't say anything. Wait for me to set the disappearing. Okay, now you guys can talk. Wait a minute. That was swift. I didn't even notice that while I was looking through it. There we go. I want to make it bigger. Now that they can disappear, I want to make them bigger. But like, they would go beyond the bounds of the box if I did that. If you guys said something that was too long, it would go way beyond. Oh, I'm stupid. I can just change the font size. God, what is wrong with me lately? Let's try 48. Ugh. Line height. I don't know. It's 30 now. What if we just set it to the same size as the font? What if we did that? Okay, chat, say something. Great. You guys are real helpful today. Oh, there it is. See, it looks fine. I think it looks fine. It looks good. I did it. Wah wah wee wah. I'm so okay. Yeah, cool. I fixed it, kind of. Maybe they should be up for a little bit longer than 10 seconds, because now there's a lot of empty space and it feels a little bit awkward. Guys, can you tell I'm medicated? Can you tell I'm medicated? Because like I cannot stop. There's a delay, Mr. Streamer. Please be patient. No, speak now. Thanks for the first time chat. Hello. Okay, wait. You guys, I'm gonna give you guys 20 seconds instead of 10. So that way we can fill up a little bit of negative space. And hopefully it works out. Right? Because I'm not 20 whole seconds. I'm not turbo famous enough for like the chat always to be like, you know, popping or whatever. Better film in silence. Yeah, 20 whole I'm giving you guys 10 extra seconds to speak. Isn't that great? You guys, I can see you guys are using this wisely. Amazing. Um, wait, hang on. Maybe I can. Yeah, you guys can probably definitely tell that I'm medicated because I cannot let this go. I don't know. Give me a second. And then I just move you up. Maybe? You guys can definitely tell that I'm fucking. Um, anyway, you guys can probably definitely tell that I'm medicated now because like I can't let shit go. I can't let shit go. The reason why I stayed up all night a few nights ago working on things is because I received my medication from the pharmacy. And it was 3:30 p.m., but I was in a point where I was like, I need this now. I I need this now. And so I took it at 3:30 p.m. when the bottle says you should take it in the morning. And I knew what the consequences would be, and I took them anyway. What I did not know is that it would not receive I would not be receiving my usual like, oh, I took a nap, now my social battery is full again. That did not happen to me, unfortunately. But that's why we're here. That's why we're here. We're here to stream and to bring more energy into 2026. It's kind of crazy. Hang on. I'm gonna fold up my legs in my chair because I have a chair that allows me to do that now. I have a nice cross-legged chair. Pippi's New Year's Day stream, watch me configure everything. Yeah, basically, like, hey guys, welcome to stream for our first goal of 2026. We're gonna be changing everything about my stream, and you're gonna do it with me. To start, I'm gonna share my stream code. What do you call it? It's not called a stream code, is it? When you like hook your stuff up to OBS, it's called something else. Stream key. I'll share my stream key in chat, so you guys can help me. I should probably. What if I throw in some BGM, bro? What if I throw in some BGM? Some BGM when somebody is trying to ask me the name of a Gen 5 psychic type Pokemon, but I get it wrong. BGM. Where's my MF BGM? Let's use the more like techno-y one. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that's not too loud. I've been getting a little bit braver. Where's my Cocomelon? You're looking at him. So stupid. Cut that from the VOD. Cut that from the VOD. It's the dumbest joke I've ever made. That's so dumb. Dumb as hell. Anyway, I've been getting a little bit braver about playing music a little bit louder. About playing music a little bit louder. I feel like a consistent... okay, because I'm not good at audio engineering, because my microphone always sounds like straight ass, I developed a complex very early on that my streams sound horrible, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. My streams sound horrible. There's nothing I can do to fix it. And additionally, if I dare play any music, it will overpower me and nobody will tell me. That is the thing. When you're like super small and like no one's watching you, nobody bothers to like in passing be like, hey, by the way, we can't hear you. They're like, oh, this streamer sounds like shit. I'm gonna click away. Like you don't have the relationship with anybody yet for them to be like, oh, hey, you know, Pipi, you're a little loud, or hey, the music is a little loud. And so it was a fear of mine for a very long time that everything just sounded bad all the time. I don't play this version of my BGM nearly enough. I like it. Put that shit on repeat. Unfortunately, I was not given a looping version of this, so you will hear it like finish and then start from the beginning after a couple seconds. Oh well though. Can't relate. If I'm watching a stream, I'll always complain about the audio balancing. Nobody tell her who she's watching right now. Like, I don't really, I don't use the word scuff too often. I don't like be like, oh, my stuff is so scuffed. Check out this clip. Oh no. I can't send. Listen, there's a reason I ban links in chat, but I need to whitelist like Twitch clip links. Somebody remind me to do that when stream is over, because other than if I don't, I'm just gonna like. If you guys like, if I try to do it right now, I'll spend the next 30 minutes doing it, and I just don't have that kind of time. What was I talking about? God, yeah, medicine can't fix me. Nothing can fix me. Nothing can fix me. My streams sound like shit, and I should jump off a cliff. Oh, anyway, I don't use the word scuffed too often. And I don't like talk about like how scuffed my stuff is a lot. Purely because, like, I think the last like year or so, I've completely committed myself to just being delusional. Being delusional. And it's really working out for me, dude. Like, being delusional is really working out. So like, I sit here and I'm like, well, I'm not going to talk about how scuffed the stream is because people are here and they're watching it because they like the stream. Like, people are, if people are sticking around, it's because they like it. And like sitting here and like talking about how dog shit everything is isn't really going to help anything. So I might as well just go on like I'm the greatest streamer that ever lived. And that's what I've been doing, and it's been working out literally wonderfully. And I realized that I don't, like, what really made me realize that I don't talk about it much was last night, when Bimi was talking about her scuff, and I was like, it sounded weird to me. I was like, why does that sound like, that is a very normal, like, VTuber thing to say. Why did it hit my ears like a stick in a bicycle wheel? And I was like, that's because I don't do that. It's because I don't talk about that kind of stuff. And like, should I talk about it? I don't know. I got peak whimsy happening right now. Bag of sour skittles in one hand, Pipi stream in the other. Izzy's on the PC. Let's go. I love Izzy's. Izzy's is like probably one of my favorite YouTube channels. There are YouTube channels out there that I don't talk about very much, but like if they upload, I'm on it. Like I've already seen the video. Like I have already seen the video. Let Me Know is one of those channels. I love Let Me Know. Actually, I don't really talk about like YouTubers that I like, or other VTubers that I like. I mean, like, I think it's pretty obvious that I like the clown house sort of sphere. That's the thing that's also true of just existing. People are around you because they choose to be. So obviously they're on board with your whole deal. So you have to be as on board with your whole deal as well. Exactly. You get it. Like, I think it's pretty obvious based on like how I talk and like my style of humor that I'm like really into like the clown house sphere of like content creators. Like Snapcube and Dollop Days and Scout Clown Depot. I think those would probably be like the top three like individuals of that group that I like watch the most. I watched Scout's playthrough of mouthwashing. Lately she's been posting her VODs. I've been really meaning to get to her Deltarune playthrough because I just need another Deltarune playthrough to watch. Yeah, those three are probably like, I think it's pretty obvious that I really enjoy their content. Just if you were to just sit and listen to me talk and make my own jokes and make myself laugh for an hour and you were familiar with their content, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a clown house watcher. Let's see though, because here's the thing, and this was true when I became a VTuber. When I became a VTuber, I didn't watch VTubers. I didn't know anything about VTubers. I didn't watch HoloLive. I didn't watch like any indie creators. I didn't watch VShojo at the time, which was a thing at the time. I didn't watch Iron Mouse. I didn't watch any of them. I did not watch any of them. I used to watch Neanners back in the day before she was a VTuber. like I would occasionally watch, she would make like funny videos, like song parodies or whatever. I used to watch those videos, but like when I became a VTuber 4 years ago, I didn't watch any VTubers. The only streamer I even watched that had a digital avatar at all was Dollop Days, who at the time like wasn't called Dollop Days. She was Marble Cantus at the time. And like I think it was her that like she watching her and like her Vroid model was what finally made me like, dude, like I can just get up and do this. I think Beamy and I both have told the story on stream multiple times, but it's been a long time. When I first became a VTuber, being a VTuber wasn't something I like wanted to be. Being a streamer wasn't something I wanted to be. I wanted to be a YouTuber who made scripted content. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to be. I grew up watching old like gaming commentary YouTubers and like Let's Players who like I couldn't even remember the names of anymore. I mean like when I was like way back in the day, like I didn't watch like Game Grumps or anything like that, but I did watch people who played games like they did, who didn't blow up, who didn't end up like, you know, getting nearly as big, and definitely ended up getting forgotten by like time and, you know, the implementation of algorithms and all that. I would just be like watching these like nobody channels, like unregistered hypercam, like people who were probably definitely emulating if I had to guess. And as I grew older and I, you know, would watch, I went from like watching a lot of Let's Plays to like watching a lot of like gaming commentary, like commentary about video games. Like it was the era of like, you know, the parody video and the top 10 video. I was very into those. I was super into those. Like there are Peanut Butter Gamer videos from like, I don't know, 2012 that I could probably still like recite verbatim. Like if you put it in front of me. I think particularly like the putt-putt videos. Like if you put one in front of me, I would probably just be able to to recite the entire thing as it's playing. I was very into videos like that at the time. And like it very quickly established that like content creation was something like, it was like literally my life's like dream. Established it was literally my life's dream. If you want to know my biggest like life ambition currently in one sentence, it would be I would like to make enough money to sustain myself and live on my own through content creation. That is my like working goals summarized. People who are like, oh, you know, it started out as a hobby, but now it's a job, it's not fun anymore. Like that's the future I actively want. Like that is the future I actively want. And that's why I was like, in my anniversary stream, I was like, okay, 2026, this is the year we lock in. This is the year we lock the fuck in. I can't, like, I have to like actually like get started if I want to go anywhere. And so it was something that I thought about a lot, but it was kind of like in a pipe dream sort of way. When I was in high school, I kind of thought the realistic perspective was like, oh, you know, like it's fun, but it like that kind of like popularity and that kind of energy only occurs, you know, like once every blue moon. People don't talk enough about like the luck that goes into, you know, like blowing up on social media, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, it's a nice dream, but it's not realistic. And there's some of that that I still agree with. I still think that, yeah, you know, blowing up online requires a big level of luck. Nothing I have ever made or posted online in the past or present has ever gone viral. Like I've never had that moment of like, oh, I've never even had a hit tweet. Like I've never even had a hit tweet. We should start a podcast and make millions rage baiting people. I'll get back to you on that one. Not huge on that, but you know what? I'll get back to you. You know, like I still think that like, you know, a lot of luck goes into, you know, virality and sustainability as a personality online. I still agree with that to a certain extent. But my my sister, before she had the partner that she has now, she had a partner who would always tell her like, oh, you'd be such a good VTuber, you have good energy. You know, I'm like, he was into VTubers like that, right? He was like, you could train your voice a little bit. You have great potential. I think you'd make a fantastic VTuber. And at the time, my sister was like, oh, I don't know, you know, like maybe I could, but it makes me really nervous. And so I reached out to her and I was like, hey, you know, like if VTubing is something you want to look at, like maybe like the two of us can like look at it together. I can do it with you. You and I can start this journey together, and then you can test your wheels as a VTuber, and then I can, you know, see how it feels to actually engage with these things that I want to do. At the time I was like, it's not what I want to do because it'll be live streaming. It won't be like, you know, making YouTube videos, but you know, it's a place to start, and then maybe I can transition into making YouTube videos later. And at the time I debuted, you know, started streaming like somewhat regularly. Back in like the early days, I streamed much more regularly than I do today, and I think that just comes down to like, you know, I have like a full-time job, and the economy is bad, and I get burnt out easily. But trust, this is the year. This is my year. This is the year of Pipi. But anyway, and I started like really streaming, and I started like setting up, you know, my overlays, my assets, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, my sister entered a period of her life where already fucked up 2027 will be the year. Don't say that. Don't say that. And my sister kind of, you know, entered a period of her life where she couldn't follow. She couldn't like set up the whole like streaming thing at the time. And so I basically just went at it alone. And now here we are 4 years later. And hi. Hi, I'm still here. And I you know, I love it more and more all the time. Like I said, this is the year I lock in. This is the year. This is the year I stop letting my dreams be dreams, as they used to say. Damn, you guys are, the twerking plague has infected my chat again. The dumpy plague is back. I love dumpy plague so much. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of, where's my water? Here's my water. Anyway, that's kind of like how I sort of became a VTuber. I didn't want to be a VTuber. I didn't want to be a streamer. But I decided that I decided that I was just going to do both. I was just going to do both without knowing anything about either. And so as a result, when I started VTubing, I didn't watch any VTubers. I wasn't a fan of any VTubers. Like, I don't know who these people are. Like, I don't know who these people are. I don't know anything about like the VTuber quote unquote culture, the social circles, the scene. I don't know anything about these people. Wait. Let me tell you something. Okay, I'm waiting. Oh, okay. That's really awesome. That's really awesome that you would say that. And it was actually, nobody around here remembers this. No one around here was here for this, but I used to do a series, for my audience at the time with my sister. She used to appear way back in the day, called Hollow Historia, where, we took like streams, and like one stream at a time, one generation at a time. We went through and we watched like HoloLive clips and learned about HoloLive talents. And like initially my goal with this was to just learn about VTubers because I didn't know anything about them. And so like initially the plan was we were going to do all of Hololive and then maybe like expand outward. Cause you know, at the time, it was like, you know, they're like Vishojo and Niji Sanji, like that was the plan. The plan was to like, you know, after we finished Hololive, we'd go to like other VTuber agencies, see how they were different, like, see what was the same, what was different, who we liked, who we weren't the biggest fans of. And that was kind of the plan with Hollow Historia. I don't remember where we stopped. I don't think we got very far. I think we got to Hololive Generation 4. But you have to remember that this was 4 years ago. Myth had been out for like maybe a year. There was not nearly as many Hololive talents as there are today, if I'm not mistaken. Like there were a lot. I think at the time Council was out. Maybe. I don't remember. But like, you know, there were a lot of talents, but like, you know, that number has only like skyrocketed in the last like 4 years. So like, I really don't think I could do something like that today because the scope is just wild. But that was kind of my initial exposure to like VTubers. And that's like, kind of was like, okay, at the time I was like, okay, like I kind of get the appeal here. I should give you an outline of what's about to happen, right? I entered a pipeline when I started as a VTuber, where I started like, oh, I'm not the biggest fan of VTuber agencies. I don't know what it is about them, but I just don't like them. I don't trust them. And in March of 2025, I went to the creator stage at Color Rise Harmony for Hololive, and I screamed, and I screamed for 2 hours. I went to a VTuber concert and I screamed for 2 hours, and I loved every second of it. That's where this is going, okay? that's where this is going. The pipeline is real, and it will happen to you. But that's kind of like Hollow Historia is how I got started. That's kind of how I got started, getting to know like the concept of like VTubers and what this whole thing was about. And then, I don't even remember. Oh, it was the music. It was the music. What got me into Hololive wasn't even necessarily stream clips. It was the music. I'm a J-pop fan. I struggle to find somebody who is not a J-pop fan because, you know, just the label of J-pop, like, you know, covers so much. And I had a playlist. I don't even remember what I was listening to that was related to that, but it was probably like anime openings and stuff. I got recommended the song Fact. I think her name is Tokoyami Toa. Hold on. I'm just gonna type in Toa Hololive. Yeah, Tokoyami Toa. The song is called Fact by Tokoyami Toa, and it showed up like recommended to me on Spotify, and I gave it a listen. I was like, this is kind of gas. I didn't know she was part of Hololive. I didn't know she was a VTuber. And so like gradually I like started to listen to a little bit more Toa music, and then I was like, oh, like Toa's a VTuber. She's part of Hololive. I did not know this. And it just sort of expanded from there. I started listening to more talents from Hololive. Because there's some fucking bangers, okay? There's some fucking bangers. And I can't even, like, ooh. Because there's Hololive songs that I'm like, oh, I like this. I like this song. And then there's Hololive songs that are, like, straight up J-pop all-timers. Like industry-shattering all-timers that I'm like, I will literally never forget this song. It will be stuck in my head until the day I die. If you guys want recommendations, Soiree by Hoshimachi Suisei, give it a listen. Give it a listen, I swear to God. Give it a listen, I swear to God. You can't see it, I'm putting on my right hand. Give it a listen, I swear to God. I go clean the bathroom real quick. No, you're not, because my lurk command doesn't work. So you're stuck here. You're stuck here. But I got into the music, and then I got, and then I, you know, started like, watching like more like Hololive clips and stuff. You know, when stuff was just like bad for me, and I wanted like to watch something that was just like brainlessly happy and like enthusiastic, I would watch Hololive clips, and now I'm just like a fan of Hololive. And now I'm just like a shameless Hololive fan. Going to creator stage was a really incredible experience. If I'm gonna get like super real for a second, I was in Japan for like a week and a half, and I remember Color Rise Harmony the most out of anything I did there. I remember the frustration, which I can tell you a little bit about, maybe. I don't want to like bring the vibe of the stream down, but there was a very like particular frustration that hung over my entire vacation. It didn't stop me from having good moments. I had a blast in Japan. I would love to go back, but Color Rise Harmony is what I remember the most, because I live in a part of America that's like not super, I don't want to say not super populated because that's not true. I do live next to a major city, but it's not like one of the major cities. Like I don't live in LA or New York, basically is what I'm trying to say. So like finding people who are like fans of the same thing that you are, like in my area, it's still like kind of weird to like anime. Like our area started to get boba shops like 4 years ago. Like 2021 ish, I think, is like when my specific window of the United States started to get like boba tea shops. And like we're behind. We're like super behind. So like it's getting more common now, but for like a really long time, like while I was in school, and all that kind of stuff, you were fucking weird for liking like anime and stuff. You were fucking weird. And like I don't think I was kind of perceived as a weird kid in high school. Like people knew I liked anime. But I think I knew that people knew I liked anime, and I knew that people generally thought that was weird because of the kinds of people that they associated with liking anime. And so I always tried to be like nice to people, and I didn't interact with people too much. So people liked me and they knew of me, but they didn't really know me, you know? It was kind of like a weird thing. Like, you know, being an art kid is weird, and liking anime is weird, and like that's kind of, it's not like as bad as like a Disney Channel movie. Like I wasn't getting shoved into a locker for liking Madoka Magica. But like mostly because number one, most of my school population was rather nice. Like we had a bullying problem. All American schools have a bullying problem. I would be confident enough to say like most high schools around the world, middle and high schools around the world have a bullying problem. But we didn't really have a violence problem. Like we didn't really have a violence problem. But also like people, I like very intentionally kept people from like really like knowing how weird and strange I was. And so as a result of living in a place like that, in a place that's like, you know, it's not a major city. It's not like I don't live in the boonies. But it's not a major city. It's not a major, it's not on either of the coasts. Finding somebody who has the same sorts of interests as you, specifically with like, you know, anime is like broad, but like Hololive gets a little bit more niche than that, you know, like that's in a realm of like VTubers and specifically like, you know, VTuber agencies, that it kind of like shares a Venn diagram with liking idols and all that kind of stuff. Finding people who share those interests, is difficult. I think it's difficult. I think it's difficult everywhere, but it's difficult, especially in a place where it's like really not common. Like it's really not common. So when I was in Japan and I went to and I went to HoloFest, and I was like for the first time like surrounded by people who were specifically there because they were Hololive fans. That was like, like it was like straight up magical. It was straight up magical. And everybody, like every single person I interacted with was so kind, like genuinely like so nice. Like there was a guy, I had brought I have the Okami Mio Hololive Friends with You plush. And I was carrying that around because, you know, it's a convention. I've been to an anime convention. And I will say going to Colorize Harmony was not like, I didn't get tickets to the convention, but they're held in the same venue. It was not like going to any like convention I've ever been to. I've been to a very limited number of conventions, and going there, like there was a guy who had the Fubuki plush, right? And for those who don't know, Mio and Fubuki are very close friends. And so he was standing in line to get into the convention while I was walking to where I needed to go to get to the concert. And he like frantically like waved me over to a spot in line. And so I walked up to him and he like held up his plushie and he made our plushies hug each other. I couldn't talk to this man. We couldn't communicate with each other. We'd never seen each other before. He made eye contact with me, waved me over, had our plushies hug, and then I walked away. I was like, it was a certain flavor of like actually incredible. Oh, my throat just like suddenly dried out on me. Pipi Ananassa coming at us straight from a log cabin and a PCJ rigged to a car battery. Yeah, that's like, you look behind me. That's where I'm from in the United States. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. There was a guy next to me at the concert who wasn't even Japanese. I think he had gotten separated. Like he got a different, like he got seats in a different like section from his friends, and like they came over to talk to him, and I think they were speaking Mandarin. Like, and he had like a hand puppet that like when the concert ended, we were like smiling at each other, and he had the hand puppet wave at me. Like it was like I was like, oh my god. Like, because I think like VTuber fans have like a certain like reputation, and I have to wonder if it's maybe like the idol culture angle of things, the way certain people like how do I want to say this? I mean, like the way certain people sort of treat. My sister put it a good way. Like there's some like bad apples out there who like they like VTubers, but they don't like women. And like the anime avatar gives them like the comfort to get very, very loud about that. And it's super like, it's super uncomfortable, and it's super like, oh, like, and so like I don't blame people for thinking that's like what the bulk of a fan base is like, when like you're like, when like the loudest like supporters of that system and of that like of that particular medium are like not people you would ever interact with like in real life ever. Like people who like are like, oh, I didn't know they even made humans who did that. Like, but like, so like when you're online and that's like all you ever see or like hear about like VTuber fans, and then you show up to the VTuber fan place and there's a guy like walking up to strangers who have Fuamoko merch on and just giving them free headbands. Like just giving them free headbands and being like, let's have fun today. Like it changed sort of how I think about how I think about like VTubers and idols kind of forever. I don't necessarily want to say that that's when I started seeing them as people, because that's not true. Like I think part of the reason why people become bothered by the idol culture and the business of VTuber agencies is because, you know, there's real people behind these avatars, and there are some out there who have extremely nasty things to say about them. And it becomes weird when you start asking like the question of boundaries. And there are some creators who would rather not, like, you know, be super firm or like be super clear about where those boundaries are. And they have their own reasons for that. But I think going to colorize harmony is what like it was incredibly real. And I saw that, like, I saw new things about both like the people performing and the people who supported them, right? Like it was incredibly tangible, the amount of like hard work, like sweat and tears, hard work goes into being one of these performers. And they wouldn't be doing it if it didn't matter to them. They wouldn't be doing it just for, you know, like the money, or just to have like quote unquote like simps or whatever. Like they wouldn't be doing it because the amount of effort required, the effort and the dedication required would simply not be worth that. Like it would simply not be worth the return if that's all they were doing it for, you know? And like, so from that point, I wouldn't say I like, I wouldn't say I like turned into like a white knight or anything, but like internally, like in my head, I really started to see, I don't like, so using the word corporate VTuber like feels too cold, but using the word professional VTuber doesn't like, makes me feel like I'm like poo-pooing like indie VTubers, you know, who also do that like for their career. I don't like whatever word exists in between that. Whatever word exists in between that. Like those performers, I was suddenly like made very aware of the fact that they are they're artists who they're artists like the rest of us who do this, you know? Like they're incredibly hardworking artists who are like very very, very grateful to be in the positions that they're in, and they tend to talk about that a lot. I need a lot of water. This medication dehydrates me a lot. And I kind of came back home with this like whole sort of new major label VTubers. It made me that gave me an image of like a VTuber with like a sticker on her forehead with like a barcode. Yeah, but that's a good way to put it. Like major label VTubers are like putting in the work. I think it's very easy when you think about what a stream, I think there's also like a discrepancy between like thinking about what a streamer does and like what goes into being like part of like an agency, like the performance aspect, because I think that's the big change, right? Like you stream, but you're also a performer. Like you're also expected, you know, to sing and to dance and to, you know, develop your skills technically and professionally, because that is your income. Like that is your main income. And I think it's very easy to have a perception of streamers, like capital S streamers as a whole in your mind, and just be like, oh, like they just do what I'm doing right now, which is I like sit in one spot, sit in a chair, and I talk to you guys, and then I say, okay, that's it, the stream is over, and then I go offline. When the reality is like they're traveling all the time, and they're like attending meetings all the time, and they're you know, they're singing and dancing, and they're doing rehearsals for live performances on like in like national venues. Like there's like a lot that goes into it, and I think physically seeing it happen in front of me is what made me like truly go like, oh wow. Like wow, I love women. So yeah, that's kind of like how I got into Hololive. And if you want to talk about like if you want to talk about like having like that full circle moment, so I don't know if this happens every year at HoloFest, but at 2025's HoloFest, there were stages on two sides of the room. We managed to draw like front row seats. Like we were like 3 rows from the front. We were like 3 rows from like one stage, but there was another stage at the back of the room that we didn't know about until like the girls like that were performing like disappeared, and then 2 more like appeared in the back of the room, and we were like, oh my god. Like, wait a minute. But like the real plot twist of the afternoon though was like halfway through the show, a 3rd stage descended from the ceiling, and it was shaped like a box, and it rotated. It rotated. Who's the first in the box for creator stage? Tokoyami Toa. And what did she sing? Fact. And I like I had a moment that I remember standing there like looking up and going, oh my god. Like, something about this is like written in the stars, and I just have to figure out what it is. It was kind of amazing. I know I had a stream where I talked about my vacation to Japan like after I got home. I don't know if I gushed about it to this extent though. I think it's just been on my brain because I've been seeing like there's a lot of posts about like how tickets for next year's HoloFest, like the lotteries are like starting to wrap up, and in a couple weeks they'll probably open up the general admission tickets. Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I would love to go back. I think that's why it's on my mind. I would love to go back and do it again. I do remember you telling us about the ceiling stage. It was cool. It was so cool. Oh my gosh. And gushing roughly this much. Okay, so at least I did it, and I didn't just go on vacation and come back and be like, well, yeah, it was fine. But when I think about going to Japan and like what I missed about it, I cannot stop thinking about the trains, dog. It was so lovely to just put money on a card and then go places. It was beautiful. It had its problems sometimes. Sometimes like the you'd put your card down and it just wouldn't work, and then you'd have to go there's always a guy, right? Okay, so they have like the little like areas where you scan your card and the door opens, and they have somebody sitting off to the side, and so sometimes the card just straight up wouldn't work, and then I'd have to go up to that guy and I'd have to be like, hey, card no work. Like something is wrong. I don't know how to say that in Japanese. Something is wrong. Help. Dasukete. But like for the most part, it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. I didn't have to drive. We never went to a gas station. It was beautiful. It felt like nature and society as God intended it. And I will forever be pissed off and mad that the likelihood of the United States getting like a full railway system is like in the trash. It is in the trash. But like, oh, it was so amazing. It was so awesome. I kind of wish I had gone with somebody who was maybe a little less receptive to I don't know how to put it, like cringe. Yeah, I went with my cousin who was extremely afraid of cringe, and it could make things like a little bit difficult, and I got very frustrated on multiple occasions. But you know, I'd love to go with friends sometime. I had like, isn't there like there's like a YouTuber. I was gonna say there's a YouTuber who like goes on vacations with his fans and shit. There's probably many that do. It would be cool to do. It would be cool to be like, hey viewers, let's go on a vacation. That would be pretty cool. But I'd show up and I wouldn't be an anime girl, and then somebody would probably be like, "This sucks. Give me my money back." I was expecting an anime girl. Who are you? You are not who I asked for. Oh yeah, we started talking about this because we were talking about like content creators that I liked, and I was like, oh, when I started VTubing, I was not into VTubers, and then I just went down like a whole rabbit hole about how, like, exactly how and when I got into VTubers, and then how I went to a VTuber concert because in the past I didn't know anything about VTubers, and now I like them so much that I went to a VTuber concert. So yeah, that's how we got there, in case anybody was confused or wondering. And to this day, I still don't really watch VTubers. I will watch Hololive clips. Sometimes on exceedingly rare occasions, I will tune into Hololive streams. And that's not like, that's like a me thing. It's not that I don't like watching, I don't like what they're streaming. It's that I don't like long form content. I don't like watching live streams, which is crazy. It is insane that I am a streamer who does not like watching live streams. Like, I feel like I was an accident. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have been allowed to happen. The only long form like streams, like full VODs that I will watch are from Penny Parker. Like, I will watch Snapcube VODs, and that is all. That is all, and I'm not even kidding. For the most part, I watch VTuber clips because for the most part, all I watch are clips. not necessarily like short clips or like but also just like videos, like, you know, like 30 to 45 minute videos like made of like clips from a specific stream. You know how some people will do. Like Moist Critical will do that sometimes. I'll watch those. I'll watch clips and compilations of clips. But I simply have the attention span of a goldfish, and there's exactly one person who I am willing to sit and listen to talk and play games and whatever, like for like 4 to 8 hours at a time. So that's nothing on them. But also my love for scripted content lives on to this day. Like I said before, I'm a big fan of Let Me Know. I think those types of creators who are like video essayists who will like upload once a year, and it's like an event. Love that. For me, that's Germa. Yes, exactly. Like you just have your funny little guy. And you like, I can't even describe it. Like okay. I can't even describe like what Penny does differently. Cause like, you know, I'll watch Germa. I will watch Germa on occasion. But I'll watch people who like made compilate. I'll watch clips. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, I couldn't even describe what she does different. I couldn't even tell you. But like those video essayists who will like upload once a year and it's like an event. Oh, love that. Let me know. Shout out. I love you. Let me know. Let me know. I also, when I'm looking for content that I really enjoy, like the type of voice the person has, like really matters to me. So like, let me know, like really has like a really like nice, like soothing voice. I think the same thing of Kevin Perjurer, Defunct Land. Oh, love forever. There is something about Defunct Land specifically. Oh, it's perfect. It is capital P perfect. I've been watching Defunct Land for literally years. Like literally years. And like, oh, somebody's voice or way of speaking is off. I had to close the video immediately. Yeah. I have that issue sometimes. Like, I call it being too British. If I think a creator is too British, it gets annoying and I have to turn it off. I don't know what specific like dialect it is. There is like a specific way of speech in England that is like, it is very overpronounced. It is very like in your face. It's very loud. Like, I can't do it. I like, if you are too British, I can't watch you. But yeah, I like, oh, Kevin Perjurer struck gold with Defunctland. And I'm so, ooh, yes, love. Another channel that I watch that like the minute he uploads, I've already seen the video, Todd in the Shadows. Todd in the Shadows is, maybe you know of him. He used to be, like, way back in the day, he was part of Channel Awesome. Oh yeah, like a year or two ago, was it 2 years ago? When the H Bomber Guy video about James Somerton came out, Todd in the Shadows. Okay, this is a very interesting story. So the story goes that H Bomber Guy was making the plagiarism in YouTube video essay that everyone and their mom has seen. It is an incredible video that kind of starts with, you know, like varied cases of plagiarism on YouTube and then devolves to be a complete deconstruction of the YouTuber James Somerton. The story goes that H Bomber Guy was working on this video, and then separately, Todd in the Shadows had, like, James Somerton had caught the attention of Todd in the Shadows, who was a music review YouTuber. This isn't even what he does. And Todd individually, separate from the video that was being made that he didn't even know was being made about James Somerton, started taking notes about the things that James Somerton was saying, and then going back and individually fact-checking like everything he was saying because something just didn't sound right, and came to the conclusion that he was like a liar and a plagiarizer. And apparently he only learned about the James Somerton video that H Bomber Guy was making through the grapevine, like by coincidence. And so he talked to H Bomber Guy about it, and H Bomber Guy was like, yeah, no, that's fine, post your video, but because they're about the same thing, please just wait until I post my video first. And Todd in the Shadows was like, okay. So like a week after plagiarism in YouTube came out, Todd in the Shadows, who was not in his lane, dropped, it's called something like I fact checked the worst video essayist on YouTube. It's like one of his most popular videos now because of the timing and like what it's about and when it came out. So like there is a chance like that's how you know Todd in the Shadows. And like people were posting like a second video essay has struck James Somerton. It's not a video essay. It is literally Todd going like taking like an extremely extensive list of clips of James Somerton talking and then talking over him to like be like, no, actually this is wrong. I looked it up. Here's what's actually true. He's completely making this up. It is such a bare bones and basic video, but it is so effective. Anyway, I just brought that up to say that there is a chance that's where you know Todd in the Shadows from, if you know of him at all. For the most part, he is a music review YouTuber who I personally believe, and like, how do I say this? Personally, I believe Todd in the Shadows in particular he's got a good voice. He's funny, and he has an interesting perspective. Particularly, I think what gets me about Todd in the Shadows is his reviews and his videos give the perspective of the everyman. And I think there's something like absolutely incredible about that. There was something about it that I'm like fascinated by. Because his videos are his channel is like a time capsule almost. It is an actively running time capsule. That like it saves opinions and, you know, what was popular at the time, what people thought of it at the time, how people's opinions changed like throughout the years. Like I fucking love Todd in the Shadows. Every year he does he does two like top like top 10 like countdowns of like the best and worst hits of that year. The worst list for this year is out. I haven't watched it yet. I've been trying to like find like a good time to like really like sit down and like devote all of my time to it, because like the Todd in the Shadows best and worst lists are my Super Bowl, and I'm not kidding about that. I'm not kidding about that. I will, it's like an event. It is a national holiday to me. So I've got to like, probably tonight or tomorrow, I will, or maybe when the best list comes out, I'll just watch them both at the same time. Because like, it's like the highlight of my year is the best and worst list. And every time he opens a worst list by saying like, I don't like, you know, I thought about like not making this video this year. Like I've been thinking about discontinuing the countdown videos. I go, no, you shan't. Anyway, I love Todd in the Shadows. That's my favorite white guy. I also talked about Izzy's. I'm a big fan of Izzy's. I don't know if I've seen every Izzy's video, but I think I've gotten pretty close. I do really adore Izzy's. She's in the realm of like, I don't know, like almost like internet historian stuff. They talk about like events and moments in time, social media, games, all that kind of like internet culture stuff. And I really adore them for that. They've always got like a really cool like makeup look for every video too. It's like super awesome. Of a similar vein, Lee Speaks. If you're not watching Lee Speaks, who even are you? Like, who even are you? If you're a fan of Izzy's, you will be a fan of Lee Speaks. Lee Speaks specifically makes videos about like girl-centered media of like the 2000s and 2010s. She makes video essays about like I think mostly like old web games. Mostly old web games or TV shows aimed at girls from like, yeah, I think from like the late 90s to like the early 2010s. And like, oh, again, she has this super soothing, like relaxing voice. I love it. I love it so much. I love her aesthetic. I love her production quality. It's all really good. Ellie is here. Fun Ellie fact. This stream might be short because Ellie chewed my headphone charging cable in half. She just bit straight through it, and it's in 2 pieces in my trash can right now. I ran a 4-hour stream last night. 4-hour stream last night. And I think my headphone battery was full. Whether it was or wasn't, I have no idea what my headphone battery is at now. Girl, I don't know. So, if the stream either ends when I get tired or when my headphones die. What the fuck, Ellie's a meanie. Yeah, she's a big meanie. She did it overnight. Here's the thing, she's never really had an issue with chewing cables before. But like recently, she's been going to Chowtown. Like my I have a USB-C cable that I use for like plugging controllers into my computer. She hasn't like done any damage to it, but I've seen like teeth marks in it. Like she was not a cable chewer. I don't know what happened. Now I guess I just have to watch her because fuck, dude. Like come on. I've been kind of looking into getting new headphones anyway. So I'm not entirely sure if I'll buy a new cable, or if I'll just like, I don't know. Common has been recommending IEMs, in-ear monitors. I sent him a message. Has he replied to it? No. I sent him a message a little bit ago, asking like, what is the appeal of an IEM versus like any other earbud? Like what's the appeal of this, and why do you and all your friends have this as opposed to like a regular earbud? Because I am not super techie. I'm not in a stage right now where I'm super picky about my hardware. Maybe that'll change. But like I'm not picky about headphones. Currently I have the I love IEMs. Everyone in my current like circle of people that I hang out with is like swears by IEMs. I don't understand the difference. I'm like, okay, like it's earbuds. I don't quite get it. Like, they have like the best sound of any headphones I've ever heard. Like, I guess like the thing is right now is I'm not in a, like, I have money, but I'm not like in a super financially great place, to be dropping money on like a new pair of headphones, IEMs included. You can take my word for it because I own so many pairs of headphones. Okay. So like I'm thinking about it, but I'm not really sure because it would be like a little bit of an investment for me right now, as I recover from holiday spending. So like, I don't know. And that's why I shot Common a message. I was like, look, you turned other people in our circle onto this. Like, what? I don't get it. Like, before I dare spend a dime, whether that be like now or like, you know, in a couple of weeks, when I get a little bit more money in my pocket. Why? I will look at Moondrop brand. They have pretty nice stuff varying in price ranges. Hold on. Moondrop IEMs. Oh, yeah. This is what Common has. Common has a pair from this brand. Yeah, these are the kind of numbers that I'm not looking to spend. These are the kind of numbers I am not even a little bit looking to spend. Ooh, this is a pretty pair though. Pluto would like this pair. They would not spend money on this pair, but they would like it. I put Common on. Okay, that explains it. That explains it. Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I don't know though. Simply because of the money thing. I would definitely like buy one and give it a shot if I could afford it. But you know, being poor in America means you have to like, you have to think about things before you buy them. You have to think about money before you spend it. Pluto would like what? Here, I'll send it to you. Meow, 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 meow. There you are. I'm sending it to you. There you go. Anyway, I don't like earbuds. I prefer headphones. That's my thing. That is another hesitation I have about IEMs. I do not like. I can tolerate the like the in-ear like rubber tips for like earbuds. I can tolerate them just fine. But I don't love them. And that's what makes me hesitant about IEMs. It would probably be a little bit less hot. But I don't know. Guys, I don't know. Ellie's here. Ellie's on the desk. You're the reason we're having this conversation, Ellie, because you bit my charging cable in half. You don't know. I don't know anything. Oh, their over-ear headphones are mad ugly. You mean their over-ear headphones are mad ugly? Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's my headphone talk. Cat I have the I've talked about this before. Currently I have the Razer Kraken cat ear Bluetooth headphones. And they've served their purpose. They've done their job. I'm also not an individual who is particularly picky about sound quality, so do not take audio equipment advice from me. That is not something you should ever do. But like, you know, they're fine. They're functional. I've had them for long enough that they're like, you know, they're starting to get a little bit run down. So like, I'm at a point right now where I should invest in a new pair of headphones pretty soon anyway. So that's why I was thinking like, do I replace the cord? Do I try to buy a different pair of headphones? Do I try to buy IEMs? I don't know. My nose itches. But yeah, so Ellie's being Ellie is all I have to say about that. Capital E Ellie. Yeah, so I guess like I don't know, that was just like my not even really my question. I mean, technically I'm an over-ear headphone purist. Yeah, I'm not a purist per se. But it is my it is generally my preference. I would give these a try if I had the cash. But generally I do prefer like I do prefer like the over-ear the over-ear experience. What if I just went to Amazon right now and I looked at gamer headphones? What does Amazon have for gamer headphones? What do we got? What do we got? Oh my gosh, wait. The 1, 2, 3, the third option down is like a it's a $25 pair of headphones that I recognize immediately. It's like one of those like cheapo plastic gaming headsets that I recognize because before I became a VTuber, those were the exact headphones that I used. And I like, oh my god, I tried to use the microphone like on the headphones to like, you know, like as my streaming microphone. Obviously it didn't work, or it worked and it like sounded really, really bad. But like, wow, like that was a blast to the past. That's crazy. I completely forgot about that. In my super early days of streaming before I was a VTuber, I remember specifically I played Resident Evil 1 and Pokemon Leaf Green. And it was bad. It was bad. It was bad and I'm glad it doesn't exist. Actually, I think it exists like in the form of like old highlights. I don't know, dude. Is that my good friend Pip Amaterasu? Yeah, that's me. It's me and I'm streaming and it's the New Year. Happy New Year. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, let me Google this before I say anything.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong. Aren't the Yowu cat ear headphones like the original cat ear headphones? They look very similar to that, like, oh, they look really, really similar to that. You guys remember way back in the day? Maybe you guys don't remember this. There used to be like cat ear headphones used to not be a thing. They used to like there used to be a picture though of like a very specific image of like a headphones with cat ears that lit up, and they were like, oh, this is my idea for like headphones with cat ears, and like the ears also work as speakers and you can use them with wire, like wired or not. And the Yowu cat ear headphones look very similar to that original concept picture that used to circle around the internet. Because they did become real eventually. I shrimply don't know if this is it. Hold on, what if I just Googled it? Instead of asking chat, what if I just Googled it? Original cat ear headphones. Yeah, that's the picture. That's the fucking picture. Hold on, what is this? What is this? Accent wear. Yeah, accent wear. That's exactly it. Accent wear with an X. Yeah. It seems like they don't really make them. I think, maybe that was just like a one-time Indiegogo type thing. They look good, though. They look cute. I've been talking about this for way too long. I've been talking about this for way too long. The Yowu headphones definitely look like a successor to the accent wear. They like fold in the same way. They have a very similar like ratio. Like cat ear to headband to earmuff ratio. They're very, very similar. So I have to wonder. Thank you, Pippy Sippy. I'm running out of water already. I say, an hour and a half into the stream. Anyway, so, you know, if I'm on the hunt for a new pair of headphones, y'all know why. My cat ate my cord in half. Ate my fucking cord in half. God, what else do I have to talk about? I feel like maybe I'm running a little dry and we should play some video games. Should we play some video games? Let's play some video games. I have a very specific video game plan today. We're playing Kirby Air Ride. I said that at the beginning of the stream. Now I'm remembering. I have very poor memory when it comes to stuff that I've said on stream. Okay, sorry. I'm like stuck in setup hell. Whoa. I've been playing video games this whole time. Whoa! You're so much more like... You've got it so much more than I do. Let's play some freaking video games. Let me remember to change the screen category. I did not remember to change the stream category for Gartic Phone last night. But you know what? Okay. Back on the topic of headphones, because apparently I just can't shut up about it. Like, maybe getting a pair of earbuds would be easier, because already I kind of use my headphones with, like, one muff off, because I like being able to hear what's around me. So maybe just being able to have, like, one earbud in, maybe that would be easier. Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a dumb little streamer. I don't know anything. Alright, this is a fresh new save file, so I'm not gonna have a lot unlocked. Shut up. Everybody knows about Kirby Air Ride. Feels a little quiet. Oh, I think I know what that reason is. Give me a second. Give me a second to get into my my expert shit. Wait a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to, there we go, okay. I'm gonna turn it up for me, and also for the stream. So if it gets super loud, please complain so I can see it. Wanna make a noise? I feel like city trial is like necessary. Literally just a little, yeah, I'm literally just a little frog. God, this feels so good. I will say, there's something about Kirby Air Riders. I haven't played it enough to decidedly say if I don't like it, but it is very noticeably not the same. And I kind like, I need some time to get used to it. By the way, so apparently I've been making one customer's order so good and so consistent for long enough that he gifted me a Japanese chef's knife the other day. That's crazy. Guys, no need to be alarmed. I'm actually very good at this game. Yeah, see, okay, so this is something I've sort of picked up from Kirby Air Riders, and that is the drift time is kind of insane. Like, you even on the compact star, you're just drifting everywhere. Like it's a major mechanic. Not to say that drifting like isn't a major mechanic of the original. I mean, look at that. But like, it's a little bit it's a little bit much to get used to, you know? I gotta play it some more and really familiarize myself with it is what I meant to say. I love having like a nice versatile star right off the bat. Fuck you. No, wait. Fuck you. No, wait. I want to ruin your day. Got his ass. That was so unnecessary. I didn't need to do that. That was bullying. That was so mean. Oh. I'm sorry. Whoa, 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 wait, 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 wait. Oh, baby! I'm also just like, I'm so familiar with this game. I know exactly where to look for anything. God. I love this game. I don't really like, in Kirby Air Riders, I also don't super love, as a racing game, I should clarify, Kirby Air Riders rocks. I do not like the music for City Trial, though. I don't think it gives City, personally. I think I just need more time. I think I need more time to sort of, like, familiarize, that's the second time I've done that. Familiarize myself with, just how the whole game works. Damn it. I saw something green in there. I was like, ooh, please. But no. I actually kind of hope I don't get this legendary star, because I don't really like it all that much. I greatly prefer the Dragoon. Uh-oh. Oh, that sucks for them. Oh, did the box go away? I swear I saw a red box up here. No. The box went away. That sucks. Me and this red Kirby are about to have, like, major beef. Give me that top speed. Maybe I should play some Top Ride. I don't play Top Ride a lot. Let's break the star. I know that's gonna get me an achievement of some kind. No! Check that. I need more turns. Hell yeah, brother. There's something about this game that is so, like, I don't know, like the crowd, I don't, like, sometimes things, like, get paired together in a video game, like sound design and vibes and everything, that contribute to, like, it's a delicious combination. Like, this game has a delicious combination of music and visuals and, like, a tight gameplay feel. Feels delicious. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, we've got, like, a minute. Glide. Top speed. Weightless. Turn. Boost. Glide. Look at this shit. I'm literally the GOAT. I'm fast, I can fly, I can turn, I can spin. You wish you were me! It's as simple as that. You wish you were me. I feel like it occurred to me a little bit. It kind of feels like Kirby Air Riders was created with a, like, with a competitive sort of player base in mind. That was evil. That was evil, with a sort of competitive player base in mind. And I, like, as someone who's not that competitive, I'm just kind of like, yeah, you know, it's fine. Y'all wish you were me! Hey, yo! Fuck. Somebody clip that. Me when somebody asked my favorite Final Fantasy class, I greatly prefer the Dragoon. This is so me when I play Final Fantasy 14. Guys, I'm gonna take the gamble a second time. I'm gonna take the gamble a second time. I just looked over at my screen and was stunned by the beauty of my VTuber model. Shit! I have no choice. You'll see me in the abyss. Goodbye. This is the last thing I will ever see. Goodbye. Damn. Yay! Let's go in. Alright. This time I'm doing it to win. Last time was not the time. This time is the time. Sustenance. Guys, what if I just stick with a compact star and I try to like make the most beefed out compact star anyone has ever seen? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like purely focus on making the single greatest compact star in the world. There's an HP in there. There's an HP in there. Womp. I totally forget. If you're like... So do the stats you collect stick with, like, you as in, like, Kirby or within, like, your star? Evil, evil, evil. Like, if you switch stars, do you still have the same stats, I wonder? I don't remember. I feel like I did know this at some point. Glide. Glide. Clive. God. I'm so ruined by my own friends. Fuck you. That's mine. That's mine. Schwamp. Boost. Some power-up items are fakes. Oh, are my eyes good enough to make the distinction anymore? I hope so. Oh, those are fake. That's also fake. You can't get me. You can't get me. I'm actually unkillable. You can't get me. You can't get me. Oh, you almost got me. You can't get me, though. Oh, you tried to get me again. I don't know what kind of beef I have with Red, but fuck you. Ah! You almost got me again. You almost got me again. Ah! I think it would be nice, like, once I get my Switch 2 set up to, like, have, like, a Kirby Air Riders, stream. The only problem with this is I barely know. I don't really know anybody else with a Switch 2 and Kirby Air Riders is the problem. That's the big problem. Cause I feel like with a friend, the more like fierce bits of Kirby Air Ride would be super fun. Simply put, though, I don't really have anybody to enjoy it with right now. Like, my sister is the one who got it for me, and she has a Switch too. She has the game. And that's awesome, right? But, like, I would like more friends. A lot of it, though, comes from unwillingness to, like, buy a Switch 2, which I also completely understand and validate. Whoa, whoa. I am creating the most powerful compact star there ever was. Wow, okay. Let me in. What do we do here? What do we do here? What do we do here? I think the, it's a nice thing for strategy, to have stats that give and stats that take, you know? Because, like, what if you want to switch gears and you're like, well, I think maybe there's gonna be, like, a flying thing, and I don't really have a flying machine, so. You know what? That's getting the comedy pin of the day. Let's see. Actually, I didn't get nearly as much as I thought. I am the most beefed star here, though, so that's good. That's good. Air glider. Jump from the platform and fly as far as you can. Shit. Okay, good. Okay, good. Everyone else is cooked. I had to double check real quick. Everyone else is cooked. Never mind. Never mind! Ugh! Rage, 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 rage. This isn't good enough. This shrimply isn't good enough. Again. Okay. Also, boosting is not quite the same in Air Riders. Like, functionally, yes, it is the same, but it's also not in a way that is a little bit strange at first. I gotta find a little star. Little guy like me that has to find a little star. Okay, weightlessness is a blessing and also a curse. Because, like, I feel like I need it, right? But also, if you get too many, navigating anywhere becomes a complete nightmare. Ugh, all that just for it to be an apple. I don't like nutrition. I think I will throw a bomb over there. Pack stole items. He's fleeing. Get his ass. Somebody should do something about that. Is he inside here? Where'd he go? Oh, did I get him for good? Okay. Oh, did I trap him in the wall or something? That was weird. Also, I don't remember events happening nearly as often. What do we got? I feel like I'm not doing good enough looking this time around. I should play something topical and new, guys. What should I play? I have a whole list of recommendations from the 4th anniversary. I should take a look at it. I know Law, like, will die if he doesn't see me play Dispatch, but unfortunately, I spent the money he gave me with vague references of possibly using to buy dispatch on stream stuff, so sorry, Law. My bad. Wow. Well, I haven't seen any other stars. I mean, I keep seeing that star, but I don't want that star. I can't stress to you enough how much I don't want that star. They're ganging up on me. They're ganging up on me. We will play some air ride after this round. Get some more stars unlocked. I think that's how you unlock most of the stars. We have exciting things to do. Oh my god, that's a nightmare. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Oh wait, yes I did. Yes I did. Got it. A 2? Me when I'm Axel Kingdom Hearts? Oh wow. Get back here. I did hear the legendary ride sound, right? He has one, doesn't he? There's no way he doesn't have one. No way he doesn't have one. I want you. Get back here. Did I get him? I got the wrong one, but you know. I got the wrong guy. I'm hella defense though. Oh! Here we go, bestie. This works. I wanted the sword. I prefer the sword. But this functions the same way, so we're all good. This is not what I wanted. I'm fucked. I can still rotate. I can still rotate. So who has 38? 30? Woo! Woo! Oh, dude. Dude. They smashed me in the last half! Whoa! Oh my god. Okay. God. It's because I'm streaming. I'm streaming. It's because I'm streaming that they decided they were gonna dunk on me like that. Wow, okay. They straight up got my ass. Give me this thing. Give me this thing and a big bowl. Oh no, where's my food? Where's the food? Okay. I'm a little weak. Oh my god. You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Alright, we just need to be careful. We just need to be careful. We can survive. We can thrive. We just need to be careful about it. I don't know what that does other than make me blue. I'm blue. Dabba dee dabba die. What is the line from Deltarune? Is it "You're blue now, that's my attack"? Or is that from Undertale? I can only imagine the line "You're blue now, that's my attack" in a queen voice, which is why I asked Deltarune first. In my head, it's like, "You're blue now, that's my attack." Yeah, that's Papyrus. Like, why am I imagining that in a queen voice? Oh my god, give it to me! Give it to me! I am running circles around these power-ups the way my ops are running circles around me, unfortunately. The city lighthouse is turned on. Oh. The lighthouse heals you, doesn't it? Yeah, it heals you. Big day for people who are wounded. Unfortunately, that's not me anymore. Bunger. Bunger. Dude, I had a cheeseburger yesterday that was okay. It was mid, but you know, I kind of ate it as like a last hurrah. You know, I'm starting my working on eating less fast food. My goal is 7 days without any fast food. That's my goal. I've written it down on my fancy new color-coded calendar, which I received in the mail. Yeah, that's right. Get off my property. I'm turned into a powerhouse, dude. What is up with that? What did I eat? Sky garden. I don't know why it's called a garden. It is not a garden, but I appreciate that about it. I love being in the place where I can just like exit areas of the map and like glide like that. I'm like, okay, I'm done here, and I can just glide somewhere else. I really hope it's a gliding challenge next, because if it's not, I'm kind of screwed. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Watch the Dollar fast food review and it made me crave. Yeah, I just stopped watching that one in the middle of it because I was like, I need a burger right now. I love finding out about like fast food chains that I don't have and I've never heard of. I just think it's really nice. My dream is to go to the one Whataburger in my state. But it's like 4 hours away. I've talked about this. What if I like did like I wonder how that would work, doing like an IRL stream where I like attach like a camera to my shirt and I eat at the one Whataburger. Shit! I really wanted that, but I guess I'm too fast, too furious. You're not gonna give up fast food per se, you just gotta make it quick at home. Haha, haha, haha. I get it, I get it, I get it. I'm the charging charger right now, dude. Oh! Oh, we got this. It's a beautiful day to be me. The Wingstar one only made it 98 feet? Damn. Not to flex on you or anything, but... I'll go even higher. I'll go even higher. Give me the chance. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. 1,400 feet is crazy. At least my dick is. Yup. 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 I did say we would play some air ride. And then I immediately forgot because I got destroyed. So, air ride now. Let's do random. No, random. 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 What color? We'll stay pink. We'll stay pink. It's on brand. Okay, alright, cool. Hello? Leave me alone. I'm just winning. I'm not doing anything wrong. I love the passive effects that make you kill people who touch you. I don't have to put any effort into it. Final lap. Whoa. That should be on my list of 2026 goals as well. Fix the audio issue where there's a delay between audio and my voice. I'm a tire. I'm a tire. I bet you weren't expecting this. I'm a tire. I bet you were not expecting this on my Kirby Air Ride stream that I should become a tire. I am not riding the air. I am riding the road. Amazing. Delicious. Me when I transform into clothes. I'm a tire. That's what it's about. And that's because I'm actually really good and talented at racing games. As long as you're not talking to Pluto, I'm like really, really good at racing games. Sorry, I had to take a quick break. Take a quick break to hold my legs in my leg folding chair. Okay. More. I got the Swerve Star. Oh, I got the Wing Star. I'm gonna choose the Warp Star because I also have no real flaws. Beanstalk Park. This is such like a good racing game map, just like in general. This is a fantastic map. Not to get passionate about Kirby Air Ride or anything, but this is how they always expect me to be. Climbing beanstalks and shit. Oh, it really does slow you down though, doesn't it? Oh, never mind. Never mind, y'all. I'm in first. I'm winning. Never mind, y'all. I'm in second. I'm not winning. Hello? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone right now. Leave me alone right now. Leave me alone right now. This is actually terrible. They want me to hurt and die. Hitting that wheel twice in a row is kind of crazy of me. Hello? What the hell? That's so bullshit. Guys, you're supposed to let me win because I'm the player. Guys, I'm streaming. Can you... Guys, I'm streaming. Can you, like... Oh my god. It would be hilarious if the achievement I got was, like, lose. Lose for the first time. Oh! Purple! I can be purple. Purple! Should I switch to Wingstar? Nah. Nah. I have faith in me. I have faith in me and I'm purple. Okay, alright. Alright, this is my moment. Get his ass. Whoa! He dodged. That's so bullshit. Guys, I'm streaming. Can you, like... I don't know, can you, like, go easy on me? Come on. You can't outspike me. That's not allowed. Yeah. I hate y'all. What do you mean? How did you even do that? Yeah, try to get past me. That wasn't funny. That was not funny. Damn, they're kind of eating me up right now. Looks shamefully at the camera. Oh, the wagon star. Let's play some Top Ride. It's been forever since I played Top Ride. No, I'm not looking at the rules. I think the free star is all you've got for the first one, isn't it? This game mode is very strange, I will say. Which is the reason why I don't play it very much. Oh. Okay, well. Somebody just blew up in like a mass of confetti. That was kind of impressive. Damn, at least I got a second. That was kind of a photo finish there, but at least I got a second. I will say it is the least interesting mode in the game. Everyone is here to play City Trial anyway. Hold on. Let me look at my, God, I can't believe we've only been going for 2 hours. It feels like it's been so much longer than that. Am I close to any, like... How do I unlock new colors in, City Trial, I wonder? Oh, it's kind of foggy out. I love this game. This game is so awesome. I love games with weather. You know what? Let's challenge ourselves. Let's challenge ourselves. So the whole thing about this star is that it keeps its momentum in one direction until you release the boost button. I have never super loved it. Oh god, you're about to watch me suffer. Oh, this is about to be like the worst ever. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay. Okay, yeah. This feels kind of targeted against me. I feel like at this point the game knows that I am streaming and is using it to humiliate me. This is crazy. This is crazy work. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, my boost has been locked, which means I literally can't do anything. Goodbye, everyone. I'm a starving child starving to death, and this is the last thing I will ever see. Goodbye. No. Fuck. Just for that? Bomb. That'll get somebody for sure. I can't stand this. I actually cannot stand this. This is a miserable experience. I need to get out of here. There's too many people. Okay, nope. Don't even. Oh, why is this even in the game? Oh, cries. I want to know if there's like a speedrun mode of Kirby Air Ride of trying to get everything. Trying to get all the achievements in the game. Or like trying to win every track. Only using this star. Because I would love to see it. Kirby Air Ride Speedrun Challenge. Fuck you. That's mine. I always wondered what those gray things were. And if they were apartments, then I wonder if I'm just destroying people's homes, you know? Did I just set off my own bomb? Question mark? Set off my own bomb? Don't get hit by it. Big brain moves from Pipi on Ananassa. Why am I making such like 2022 Pipi commentary right now? What is up with me, dude? There's something about the energy in the air right now that is ruining me. Aren't they drains like in case of floods? I don't know. My stomach's making horrendous noises. Another side effect of this medication is that it suppresses my appetite. But here's the thing. I have a very... I have a very sensitive stomach in some ways. And that if I have not eaten in a while, I'm in a lot of pain. So I don't feel the hunger, but I feel the pain from having not eaten. And I ate before stream, but if my stomach is already hurting and then I eat something, it doesn't fix the problem like you figured it would. Dude, I feel like I'm absolutely screwed here. This is a mistake. I'm doing it for a bit for the stream. No! Oh no. Oh no. Alright, GG's. We got this though, we got this though, we got this though. And I'm not even gonna try with this. Never mind, I guess I am. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck you. Fuck you. What do you mean? I'm taking second. I'm taking second! Second place is mine, baby. You wish you were me. That was painful though. I don't want to do that anymore. That was truly painful. Alright, I think we're gonna go one more. I have to take a break to go stretch after this. You know what? Homeboy. Homeboy the scooter. Yeah, y'all wish you had this. I forgot it doesn't boost. That's okay though. It's still the goat. I can't, like, I've been trying to rack my brain about the name of the star I just used, the purple and pink one. But, like, for whatever reason, I can't think of it. I keep wanting to call it the silly star. It's not called the silly star. Yeah, I got him. I got him. And I think it's supposed to be an energy drink, but it looks like hot sauce. You would not expect the scooter to be that good of a glider, but it actually kinda is. I think it's better at distance than at height, but like, you would expect this thing not to be able to glide at all because it can't really boost. Oh, I forgot to finish my thought. But like, it's kind of impressive. I love it. It's a little bit more versatile than you would expect. Getting myself a sword. Secret chamber in the castle hall is open. Get some items. Don't mind if I do. Oh, they're all guns? Never mind. I'm kind of flying here. Not literally, because I'd be gliding, you know, because it's air ride. There's no flying, it's just gliding, but I'm kind of like, you know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. You guys know. I feel a little bit unstoppable right now. Hold on. Is this the round that I cook? We're gonna go out on a good one? Guys, I have faith. I think this might be the one. I think the scooter will lead me to victory. Okay, and now, Clipper, I want you to skip a few minutes into the stream, specifically like maybe like 2.5 minutes, and have the next part of your clip be where I come in last place and I'm screaming and I'm crying and I'm throwing up, okay? Just some helpful advice to help you along on your clipping journey from Pipi Ananassa. See, look, it can get some distance. It can kind of go up to the heaviside layer. Up, up, up to the heaviside layer. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. Daddy like Dragoon. Oh my. People at my old job for a while gave me a brain worm that was to just when talking about things that I like, to describe it by saying like, for example, Dragoon. Daddy loves Dragoon. Daddy loves the Dragoon star. People at my old job like got that stuck in my head, and I've done a good job at getting it out, but it's been a hard battle. No way. No way this is the round we get Dragoon. No way. I'm actually kind of killing it, actually. Wouldn't you know it, I'm actually destroying everybody. Come at me, like, genuinely. Come at me. I'm like, wow, okay, wow, okay, wow. Third level, there's a red box. It's gone! This is so... I hate everything about this. It could have been me. It could have been me. It literally could have been me. Air glider? Okay, cool, I got this one. I got this one back. Actually, maybe I don't. I'm pretty sure I do, though. Actually, I do. Never mind, guys. Never mind, guys. I do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I worked hard to get here. Yay. Alright. I gotta take a quick break to stretch. Wow. Okay. Stretch with me. I'm gonna lose tracking for a second, but I'm not gonna go to BRB or anything. Oh, ah! Oh. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Ooh. Let me see here. Is there anything else I want to talk about? I'm kind of bored of playing games right now. Hold on. Ah, bless me. I'm like bored, but like I don't want to end the stream. I don't know. Oh, here's a good idea. We could, per snaps, per chance, read some Wikipedia. It's been a while since we've done that. Been a while since we've done some Wikipedia. Thank you. We'll go. Clearly, I'm tired though, so we'll go for about 40 more minutes. Oh, I know what I want to read to you guys. I don't know what I want to read to you guys. Oh, I was looking for something else, but I found something else. Hmm. Let me pop into studio mode for a second. Um, how do I want to do this? Because I still got my gaming set up there. Why don't I just... Okay, wait, no. Okay, hold on, hold on. Put Wikipedia in dark mode. Does that outdo this? Nope. Wrong hotkey. You didn't see that. There we go. We'll go over here and then take out that. Okay, and then oh, I took out my window capture. Give me a second, guys. I'm hanging out down here for a reason. Give me a second. My window capture. That's what I'm looking for. Window capture. Okay, we're gonna put that right there. We're gonna take it down under here. We're gonna have it capture a window. Perfect. Kind of. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cut that part out of the window. Okay. And now, pop out of studio mode. Wabam! Guys, am I streaming in the right category? Give me a second. I gotta double check. Sometimes my OBS... No, hold on. Sometimes my OBS bugs out. And it doesn't show me streaming in the correct category. I just gotta make sure. Wait. Guys, how do I see? Oh, there. There. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's read some Wikipedia. Initially, I was going to talk about a specific series of buildings that I happen to know about with problems with the problems being mirrored reflective surfaces that cause beams of sunlight to melt cars and hurt people. But while I was looking for that, I simply looked up mirrored skyscraper because I couldn't figure out. Sorry, there's an eyelash on my eye. Because I couldn't figure out, I couldn't remember the names of the buildings or the architect who made them, who built them. But in my research, I came across the line in Saudi Arabia, and I would like to read about it. So we're gonna read about architecture for a little bit. The Line is a planned smart city in Neom, Tabuk province, Saudi Arabia, to be housed in a single long building, a linear settlement that is designed to have no cars, streets, or carbon emissions. Based? The project was thought up by Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman, who was the hands-on chair of the project. The initial plan for the city was to span 170 kilometers or 110 miles at the height of 1,600 feet and a width of 660 feet. Sized to accommodate the population of 9 million, 25% of Saudi Arabia's 2022 population of 35.5 million. The line was planned to have an entirely glass mirror exterior, with all basic services within a 5-minute walking distance. The city is one of 5 announced regions of Neom and is part of the Saudi Vision 2030 project. The plan was announced in 2021 and has persistently been criticized for unrealistic costs and timelines, environmental harms, and human rights violations. Not based. Thousands of people have been forcibly moved to make way for the project, and villages have been razed, not based. In 2025, the Wall Street Journal reported an internal audit of the mega project, which found extensive problems, including evidence of deliberate manipulation by managers of the project. By 2025, the mega project has been substantially scaled down. Saudi Arabia stated that it aimed to complete a 3.1-mile central segment by 2030, with completion of the full 110-mile project in 2045. In 2024, the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg reported that the first phase would only be a mile and a half long. Saudi officials denied this and stated that the project was continuing as planned. In 2024, after $50 billion had been spent, hold on. There we go. After $50 billion had been spent, the project was reported to be facing problems of a large cost increase, many long delays, and possible lack of critical mass inhabitants needed to make the city a modern business hub. The aim had been to the aim had become to complete the first half-mile section in 2034. The Wall Street Journal said that a 2023 draft board presentation estimated completion in 2080 at the cost of $8.8 trillion, 25 times the annual Saudi budget, and $370 billion by 2035 for the first phase, mostly funded by the Saudi state with the hope of a later private investment. Holy shit. Dude. At the end of 2025, the project appears to have been suspended and no construction work is taking place. International media described the line as likely a failure. I am tempted to agree. What's this picture? Okay, I didn't need you to zoom out, but okay. It's like, I don't know if it's because it's meant to be a big mirror, but this image is completely incomprehensible. Like, what is this? There's like a man and a woman at the bottom here. And there's lots of like vegetation. But like, what is this supposed to be? Looks like a desk over on the right side there. But it also could be a reflection of something else. I don't know what I'm looking at. The line is eventually planned to be 110 miles long. It could stretch from the Red Sea, approximately, to the city of Tabuk, and it could have up to 9 million residents, resulting in an average population density of 260,000 per square kilometer. By comparison, Manila, the world's most densely populated city in 2020, had a density of 44,000 per square kilometer. The line's design consists of two mirrored buildings with an outdoor space in between. Oh, I see. That's what the picture was trying to communicate. Okay. Having a total width of 200 meters or 660 feet and a height of 500 meters or 1,600 feet. This would make it the third tallest building in the country after Abraj Al Bait Clock Tower and the Jeddah Tower, and approximately the 12th tallest building in the world. Huh? I guess when I imagine its length, I'm imagining you are sacrificing the height for the length, right? My stomach just made a horrible sound. I hope that didn't pick up on the mic. My stomach just made a horrible noise. Oh my goodness. Sometimes it just does that though. I don't know. I probably have IBS. The plan is for the city to be powered entirely by renewable energy. It will consist of 3 layers, one on the surface for pedestrians, one underground for infrastructure, and another underground for transportation. Artificial intelligence will monitor the city and use predictive and data models to find ways to improve daily life for its citizens, with residents being paid for submitting data to the line. This whole article is just based, not based, based, not based, based, not based. This is horrible. This is a horrible little thing. Oh my God. But it like is horrible in a way that like, if it like maybe if it was made by people who cared about humans, like it's a great idea conceived by people who don't care about people. Is what I'm gathering from this. This is like evil. This is like, oh my God. The estimated building cost is 100 to 200 billion, with some estimates as high as 1 trillion. It is claimed by the Saudi government that it will create 460,000 jobs, spur economic diversification, and contribute to 180 billion SAR, or $48 billion, to domestic GDP by 2030. According to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2022, the first phase of the project expected to cost 1.2 trillion. Wait, I don't actually know. SAR to USD. What is it called? Rial? Saudi Rial? And contribute 180 billion Rial to domestic GDP by 2030. According to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, I keep wanting to say Mohammed Sin Balman. Mohammed bin Salman in 2022, the first phase of the project is expected to cost 1.2 trillion Rial, or $320 billion, in the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. And the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund Public Investment Fund would provide half of the sum. Okay. Because that's always a question you have to ask. Like, where are you getting the money? Where is this money coming from? Now, money is completely made up. It's entirely a social construct, and it doesn't exist. But it is interesting that, like, people find ways to spend money they don't have, you know? Like, debt is not real because money is not real. You get me? But, like, also, $1 trillion? In April 2024, it was reported that the project had been quote-unquote scaled back after foreign direct investment investors had not bought into the Crown Prince's vision. According to Torbjorn Solvet, principal analyst at risk consultancy firm Maplecroft, fluctuating global oil prices had contributed to the decision. God, I'm not beating the dyslexic allegations. The line was expected to complete an initial section, a mile and a half in length, by 2030, with a population of 300,000 rather than the intended 1.5 million. The Saudi Minister of Economy and Planning rejected claims of the scaling back. He said in an interview during the World Economic Forum special meeting in Riyadh in 2024 that for NEOM, the intended scale is continuing as planned. There is no change in scale. As of October 2024, Saudi Arabia intended to complete a 3.1-mile central segment of the line by 2030. Completion of the full 110-mile project was rescheduled for 2045. It was reported in August 2025 that Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund had written down $8 billion from major projects, including the NEOM development. According to the Times, many of the projects faced delays and cost overruns and had reportedly been scaled back. NEOM faced repeated delays after other infrastructure projects were given priority. On September 16th, 2025, that's Comet's birthday, Sovereign Wealth Fund PIF suspended work on the construction project until further notice. That shit is never getting done. That shit is never getting done, ever. Interesting. What's the reception? In an interview with Dizzy, Marshall Brown of Princeton University said that while he believed in such a large-scale urban planning, it would be difficult to achieve the slick, futuristic aesthetic as seen in the concept art because of the large number of factors involved. For example, one of the images depicts a picnic on a 200-meter high or 660 feet ledge, which would probably be dangerous in real life. You think? Helen Charter of C40 Cities compared the line to other unrealized linear city projects, such as Soria's 1882 design and a 1965 proposal in New Jersey. Opening tabs up for those for later. Dutch architect Winnie Maas. His name is Wilhelmus. said that while he would love to live in such an environment, its profile as seen in the concept was monotonous, and he believed it would facilitate unfavorable flow through the interior. Philip Oldfield of the University of South Wales said that the quality of life would probably come down to whether the city was well managed rather than to its visual flair. Oldfield said the project would have a carbon footprint of about 1.8 gigatons of CO2 equivalent in the gas, steel, and concrete, because you cannot build a 500-meter tall building out of low carbon materials. He said the 170-kilometer or 110-mile profile would create large-scale barrier to adjacent ecosystems and migratory species, similar to that created by highways, and mirrored the exterior facade that would be dangerous for birds. Oh, right! A mirrored exterior facade that would be dangerous for birds, because birds are stupid. They'll like run into glass all the time. I didn't even think about that. Wow. Researchers from the Vienna Complexity Science Hub suggested that a circular city of a 2.1-mile radius would have had a much shorter commuting time than a linear city. The average distance between two inhabitants of a linear city would be 35 miles as opposed to 1.8 miles for a circular city. And in a linear city, each inhabitant would have only 1.2% of the population in walking distance, as people are as far away from others as possible, as opposed to the 24% in a circular city. In a linear city, walking and cycling would not be popular, and travel time in a fast train would be disproportionately long, while a compact circular city would allow active mobility and fast trains would not be needed. The required density in a circular city would be much lower, which would allow it to be built with existing technology, reducing the environmental footprint of buildings. A railway line disruption would immobilize a linear city, but have less impact on a circular city. That's a good point. That's a really good point, and it gave me sparkly dreams of circular cities while I was reading it. Sorry, my nose itches. You can like see much more now on this particular VTuber model when I'm like having like there's something in my eye or my nose itches or I'm about to sneeze. That's the trade-off. I'm much prettier now. I'm beautiful now. I used to be cute, but now I'm beautiful. But the only problem is my gross habits are much more visible. Interesting. Digital rights researchers such as Vincent Moscow have suggested that the city's data collection scheme would make it a surveillance city because of arrangements that would distort consent to sharing data, and because Saudi Arabia's poor human rights record might imply potential misuse of data. NEOM CEO Joseph Bradley said that the NEOM coordinators were resolving privacy issues that Saudi Arabia had a personal data protection law. Does it? I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the law. Aside from the merits of the projected city, there was also scrutiny of the actions of the Saudi government in pursuing the project. In October of 2022, 3 men of the Hoitat tribe, Shadli, Ibrahim, and Atullah al-Huwaiti, were sentenced to death when they refused to vacate their village as part of the NEOM project. Shadli al-Huwaiti was the brother of Abdul Rahim al-Huwaiti, who was shot dead by security forces in April 2020 in his home in Al-Kariba, in the part of Tabuk province earmarked for NEOM, after he posted videos on social media opposing the displacement of local residents to make way for the project. In response to reports of human rights violations, one company, Solar Winds, pulled out of the project in 2022. Yeah, this is a bad project in a bad spot. Like, this is a bad project in a bad place. This is never coming to fruition. According to architect and urban planner Itin Bo Abdo, the 3D images presented are not classical 3D architecture image, and the designers of the project have rather called upon video game designers. Bo Abdo stated that the plan included a lot of technology that we don't have today. Many of the project's key announcements, particularly in the areas of energy and transportation, were based on technologies that did not exist yet, even in prototype form. Ooh, yikes. That sucks. They said, okay, we can build a very long, very large interior carbon-free city, but only if we invent a lot of stuff and burn up a lot of carbon. All right. What is this Soria linear city design? Ugh, I need to strengthen my core muscles. I feel like I've been complaining about them hurting a lot while I'm sitting. The linear city is an urban plan for an elongated urban formation that was proposed by Arturo Soria Imata in 1882. The city would consist of a series of functionally specialized parallel sectors. Generally, the city would run parallel to the river and be built so that the prevailing wind would blow from the residential areas to the industrial strip. The sectors of a linear city would be: 1. A purely segregated zone for railway lines. 2. A zone of production and communal enterprises with related scientific, technical, and educational institutions. 3. A residential zone, including a band of social institutions, a band of residential buildings, and a children's band. 4. A park zone. And 5. An agricultural zone with gardens and state-run farms. We got 15 minutes until stream ends. As the city expanded, additional sectors would be added to the end of each band so that the city would become ever longer without growing wider. The linear city design was first developed by Arturo Soria Imata in Madrid, Spain during the 19th century, but was promoted by Soviet planner Nikolai Alexandrovich Milutin while in the late 1920s. Milutin justified placing production enterprises and schools in the same band with Engels' statement that education and labor will be united. Ernst May, a famous German functionalist and architect, formulated his initial plan for Magnitogorsk, a new city in the Soviet Union, primarily following the model that he had established with his Frankfurt settlements, identical, equidistant 5-story communal apartment buildings that had an extensive network of dining halls and other public services. Interesting. All right. What about the Grays and Eisenman design? The linear city was an urban plan proposed in 1965 by Michael Graves and Peter Eisenman for a 34-kilometer or 21.1-mile long linear settlement between New Brunswick and Trenton, New Jersey. If built, the proposed city would have been 1.6 kilometers or 1 mile wide. Between 2014 and 2015, Grounds for Sculpture, located near where the city would have been located, hosted an exhibit featuring models and designs for this project. Who was I thinking of? Hold on one second. Yeah, 20 Fenchurch Street. That's what I was thinking of. 20 Fenchurch Street is a commercial skyscraper in London that takes its name from the address on Fenchurch Street, the historic City of London financial district. It has been nicknamed the walkie-talkie because of its distinctive shape, said to resemble a walkie-talkie handset. Construction was completed in spring 2014, and the 3-floor Sky Garden was opened in January 2015. The 38-story building is 160 meters or 525 feet tall. Since July of 2017, the building has been owned by Lee Kum-Kee Groups. Check that out. Are you guys looking at it? Okay, cool. Moving on. Designed by architect Raphael Vignoli and costing over £200 million, 20 Fenchurch Street features a highly distinctive top-heavy form which appears to burst upward and outward. The entrance floor and 34 floors of office space are topped by a large viewing deck. A bar and restaurants are included on the 35th, 36th, and 37th floors. These are, with restrictions, open to the public. The tower was originally proposed at nearly 200 meters or 656 feet tall, but its design was scaled down after concerns about its visual impact on nearby St. Paul's Cathedral and Tower of London. It was subsequently approved in 2006 with the revised height. Even after the height reduction, there were some continued concerns from heritage groups about its impact on the surrounding area. The Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, Ruth Kelly, called the project for another public inquiry, which in 2007 ruled the developer's favor, and the building was granted in full planning permission. In 2015, it was awarded the Carbuncle Cup for the worst new building in the UK in the previous 12 months. Oh my God. The previous building at 20 Fenchurch Street was 299 feet tall with 25 stories and was built in 1968 by Land Securities. The architect was William H. Rogers. The building was formerly occupied by Dresdner Kleinwort, and was notable for being one of the first tall buildings in the city of London and for its distinctive roof. Oh, it's a bank. Anyway, it was one of the towers nearest to the River Thames when viewed from the southern end of the London Bridge. In 2007, one of the upper floors was used in the drama series Party Animals. Demolition of the building was completed in 2008. Despite the top-down method of construction, it was not demolished from the bottom up, as a temporary structure was built, allowing Keltbray, the demolition contractor, to demolish the building from the top down. Dresdner? I barely known her. The new tower at 20 Fenchurch Street was designed by Uruguayan architect Rafael Vignoli. The sky garden at the top of the building was claimed by the developer to be London's highest public park, but since opening there have been debates about whether it can be described as a park and whether it is truly public given the access restrictions. The garden spans the top 3 floors, which are accessible by 2 express lifts and include a large viewing area, terrace, and 2 restaurants. 14 double-deck lifts, 7 low-rise up to the 20th floor, and 7 high-rise up to above the 20th floor, serve the main office floors of the building. The south side of the structure was ventilated externally to improve efficiency and decrease solar gain, whilst the east and west faces incorporate extensive solar shading. There is a southern entrance in addition to the main northern entrance set back from Fenchurch Street. Sorry, I just know where this is going and it makes me giggle. The Carbuncle Award. The building won the Carbuncle Cup in 2015, awarded by Building Design magazine to the worst new building in the UK during the previous year. The chairman of the jury that decided the prize, Thomas Lane, said, "It is a challenge finding anyone who has something positive to say about this building." Whilst a town planner at the nearby Royal Town Planning Institute described the building as a daily reminder never to let such a planning disaster ever happen again. Earlier in 2013, during a public inquiry, Paul Finch of the Design Council CABE said that he regretted supporting the project, saying that the developers made a mess of it and were architects of their own misfortune. During the building's construction, it was discovered that for a period of up to 2 hours each day, if the sun shines directly onto the building, it acts as a concave mirror and focuses light onto the streets to the south. Spot temperature readings at street level include up to 91 degrees Celsius or 196 degrees Fahrenheit and 117 degrees Celsius or 243 degrees Fahrenheit were observed during the summer of 2013. The reflection of a beam of light up to 6 times brighter than direct sunlight shined into the streets below, damaging parked vehicles, including one on East Cheap, whose owner was paid £946 by the developers for repairs to melted bodywork. The temperatures in the direct line with the reflection became so high that City AM reporter Jim Watterson used the intense heat to fry an egg in a frying pan sat down on the pavement. The reflection also burned or scorched the doormat of a shop in the affected area. The media responded by dubbing the building the Walkie Scorchy and the Fry Scraper. In September of 2013, the developer stated that the City of London Corporation had approved plans to erect temporary screening on the streets to prevent similar incidents, and that they were also evaluating longer-term solutions to ensure the issue cannot recur in the future. In 2014, a permanent awning was installed on the south side of the higher floors of the tower. The building's architect, Rafael Vignoli, also designed the Vidara Hotel in Las Vegas, which has a similar sunlight reflection problem that some employees called the Vidara Death Ray. The glass has since been covered with a non-reflective film. In an interview with The Guardian, Vignoli said that the horizontal louvre windows on the south side had been intended to prevent this problem, were removed at some point during the planning process. The louvre windows on the south side that had been intended to prevent this problem were removed at some point during the planning process. While he conceded that there had been a lot of mistakes with the building, he agreed with the building's developers that the sun was too high in the sky on that particular day. "I didn't realize it was going to be so hot," he said, suggesting that global warming was at fault. "When I first came to London years ago, it wasn't like this. Now you have all these sunny days." In 2014, a brise soleil was installed to diffuse the reflections. Architectural feature of a building that reduces heat gain by deflecting incoming sunlight. The system allows low-level sunlight to enter the building in the mornings, evenings, and during the winter, but cuts out direct sunlight during the summer. Yeah, Fry Scraper kills me. I've read this article several times, and Fry Scraper gets me every time. The Sky Garden, which was described as a large free public viewing space at the top of the building, was part of the justification for planners allowing such a vast office block to be built on the edge of a conservation area. Computer visualizations shown to the planners included a glade of full-height trees, but the garden as constructed has a slope with ferns and succulents instead. Free access to the public is provided in 60-minute slots until 6 p.m. on weekdays or 9 p.m. on weekends and bank holidays, after which the garden is available only to paying customers of the catering facilities. The garden has been criticized for these restrictions and for its extent and quality of failing to meet pre-construction expectations. Oliver Wainwright, architect critic of The Guardian, described it as a meager pair of rockeries in a space designed with all the finesse of a departure lounge. Damn. It's not my fault your weather isn't dog shit year-round anymore. The City of London Corporation's former chief planner, Peter Rees, who approved the structure, said, "I think calling it a sky garden is perhaps misleading." Aw, thanks for the bits.
Very cool. Milk threw X 100 coins into the pond. I love you.
I love you. I love you too. I think calling it a sky garden is perhaps misleading. If people are expecting to visit it as an alternative to Kew, they will be disappointed. What is Kew? Oh, okay. Kew Gardens is a botanic garden in the southwest London that houses the largest and most diverse botanical and mycological collections in the world. Cool. In July 2015, it was reported that planners are to consider a landscape architect's alterations to the layout. Planners are to consider a landscape architect's alterations to the layout following claims that it is not consistent with illustrations submitted by the original planning application. The Sky Garden was a key feature in sealing approval for the building, which is situated outside the main cluster of skyscrapers in the city. We should visit it? Hell no. This building sucks. Oh my god, wind tunnel effect. In July 2015, the building was criticized for having an unexpected impact on wind strength at street level. The City of London Corporation received an increased number of complaints about droughts around 20 Fenchurch Street following its completion. The corporation's head of design, Gwyn Richards, said the wind outcome at street level was experienced post-construction on a number of projects. The wind outcome at street level experienced post-construction on a number of projects differs somewhat to the conditions we were expecting from the one outlined in the planning application wind assessments. Damn. This is what the view looks like from the Sky Garden, though. I will say that's pretty. I love heights, though. Look at how ugly it is. This is an ugly building. It is hideous. It's so bad. Oh my god. That's fucking rough. It's only pretty because they aren't looking down. True. It's a shame the building sucks. Yeah, this building sucks bad. This is what used to stand there. It's not, like, sexy, but I cannot stand this thing. This is the most flattering angle of the building. If you, like, take too many steps to the right or left, you're, like, face to face with the ugliest piece of human architecture known to man. This is the walkie-talkie one. This is the one in London. God, this is bad. Ugh. Alright. We're going on 3 hours. So I think we'll read one more. And then I'll send you off to somebody else. Because I'm getting hungry. Well. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Should I read one more Wikipedia article and then end the stream, or should I take a longer BRB and then come back and stream more? I'm like, ooh. I need to refill my water too. More stream? Okay, more stream. I'll find some music to play while we're on BRB. Let me see here. What do we got? I was looking at some I forgot my window capture was up. I was looking at some copyright free music. We always like more stream. I think I'm gonna do more stream. Um, just so I wouldn't have to worry about you know, just so I wouldn't have to worry about anything getting muted or whatever. But what about United States v. article consisting of 50,000 cardboard boxes, more or less, each containing one pair of clacker balls? What are you talking about? What? Oh my God. That's a real article. United States v. article consisting of 50,000 cardboard boxes, more or less, each containing one pair of clacker balls. Yeah, that's what we're reading when I get back. That is what we're reading when I get back. All right. I'll be back. I'll be back, guys. See you in a bit. United States versus article consisting of 50,000 cardboard boxes, more or less, each containing one pair of clacker balls. Oh my God, I can't even believe this. United States v. article consisting of 50,000 cardboard boxes, more or less, each containing one pair of clacker balls, is a 1976 United States District Court for the Eastern District of Wisconsin decision regarding a requested order from the United States government to seize and destroy a shipment of approximately 50,000 sets of clacker balls under the Federal Hazardous Substances Act because children could hit themselves with the balls. Oh my God, wait, clacker ball, is this what I think it is? Oh no. Well, kind of. I was thinking, you know, the ones with like the plastic handles, that they're like, I don't know how to describe. They're like plastic handles, and the two balls are on a hinge, and you shake it back and forth, and they clack. That's what I was thinking of. Anyways, the form of the styling of this case, the defendant being an object rather than a legal person, is because this is a jurisdiction in rem, power over objects case, rather than the more familiar in personam, over persons case. In 1974, in Mequon, Wisconsin, the United States Marshal Service seized a shipment of clacker balls, toys comprising of two hard acrylic balls connected by a piece of string, from a dock and published a public notice of the seizure in the local newspaper. Ace Novelty Company in Seattle, Washington, declared an interest in the shipment and filed a complaint against the forfeiture. The complaint was that the shipment was not a banned hazard as defined by the Federal Hazardous Substances Act. The claimant initially stated that the case was titled incorrectly because the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission had not been named on the caption. The court dismissed this as without merit, pointing out that Section 9 of the FHSA stated that all proceedings regarding enforcement would be done in the name of the United States. The claimant then stated that the law had been applied unconstitutionally by breaching the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution and the right to due powers. The judge stated that he was unsure of the intent of this defense as it was not initially filed with the summary judgment, and thus the court was unable to make a ruling on it. The United States Counsel stated that clacker balls were hazardous under Section 2 of FHSA, as clarified by regulations of the Consumer Product Safety Commission in 16 CFR 1518A. The claimant argued that they were not hazardous under the FHSA and that there was an exemption made for clacker balls under 16 CFR 1586A5. The court then made the judgment that the United States had the right to seize the shipment under Section 15 of the FHSA as mechanical hazards and might cause a risk of injury if used by children. That 16 CFR 1586A5 merely provided the opportunity to the claimant to prove that the toy was not hazardous, which was not done, and therefore the exemption from FHSA did not exist. The court then ruled that there was no legal issue granted the United States the seizure and destruction order for the shipment. Where did I put my water bottle? Hold on, I came back with all this gusto, and I do not know where I put my water bottle. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. Just give me a sec. I think I'm developing a cat that is low-key scared of me, and I don't know what to do about it. I'm a little nervous. I opened the door because I left my water bottle outside my room, and she got scared. It was like barely a noise. Like it wasn't like the door didn't creak or anything. It wasn't loud. She just jumped and turned around, and her tail was all puffy, and I was like, chill. Like, you're good. You're not in trouble. Maybe she associates me appearing suddenly with her doing something she's not supposed to do. So when she's doing something she is supposed to do, or is allowed to do, and suddenly I appear, she gets scared. I'm sorry, Bibby. I didn't mean to instill that fear in you. Let me see here. Because of the title, it has been viewed as an amusing case, and it has notoriety in American legal circles for suggesting that the United States sued cardboard boxes with clacker balls. It was one of 3 cases mentioned in the television show Last Week Tonight with John Oliver's civil forfeiture episode, alongside United States v. $124,700 in U.S. currency and United States v. approximately 64,695 pounds of shark fins. Wait, no, we're doing that too. We're doing those too. United States of America v. $124,700 in U.S. currency was a decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit that was handed down on August 18th, 2006. The form of the styling of this case, the defendant being an object rather than a legal person, is because the jurisdiction is in rem, more as opposed to in personam. In current U.S. legal practice, in rem is most widely used in the area of asset forfeiture, frequently in relation to controlled substances offenses. In rem forfeiture, cases allow property, in this case $124,700 in cash, to be directly sued by and forfeited to the government without either just compensation or the processor and presumptive owner being convicted of a crime. The defendant currency was seized on May 28th, 2003 from one of the claimants, Emiliano Gomez Gonzalez. According to the testimony adduced at trial, Gonzalez was driving west on Interstate 80 in a rented Ford Taurus when a Nebraska State Patrol trooper, Chris Bigsby, that is a small town detective show cop name. That's not real. Chris Bigsby? Chris Bigsby stopped Gonzalez for exceeding the posted speed limit. Trooper Bigsby testified that he asked Gonzalez to sit in the front passenger side of his patrol car during the stop. At Bigsby's request, Gonzalez presented a Nevada driver's license and a rental contract for the car, but the rental contract was not in Gonzalez's name and did not list Gonzalez as an additional driver. Trooper Bigsby did not speak fluent Spanish, but he testified that Gonzalez responded to his questions, which were mostly in English, and a combination of English and Spanish. Bigsby asked Gonzalez where he was going, and Gonzalez responded that he had been in Chicago for 3 days. Gonzalez indicated that a person named Lewis had rented the car for him, but the name Lewis did not match the name on the rental agreement that presented to Trooper Bigsby. Trooper Bigsby also twice inquired whether Gonzalez had ever been arrested or placed on probation or parole, and Gonzalez stated that he had not. Before Trooper Bigsby had completed the traffic stop, another officer, Jason Brownell, stopped to ask Bigsby if he needed any assistance. When Trooper Bigsby found out that Trooper Brownell had some Spanish-speaking ability, Bigsby asked Brownell if he could stay and assist. Trooper Bigsby testified that with Brownell's assistance, he completed a warning citation and returned Gonzalez's license and paperwork. Having learned through his dispatcher that Gonzalez had been arrested in 2003 for driving while intoxicated, Bigsby then asked, through Trooper Brownell, if he could ask a few more questions, and Gonzalez answered yes. Again, through Trooper Brownell, Bigsby asked if Gonzalez had ever been arrested for driving while intoxicated, and Gonzalez answered that he had. Bigsby and Brownell also inquired whether any alcohol, guns, marijuana, methamphetamine, heroin, or large amounts of cash were in the car, and Gonzalez answered no. Brownell then asked and received consent to search the car. Trooper Bigsby went directly to the rear passenger side of the vehicle and opened a cooler that was in the back seat, where he found a large plastic bag that contained 7 bundles wrapped in rubber bands and inside aluminum foil packaging. These bundles contained a total of $124,700 in currency. Gonzalez and the vehicle were taken to the Nebraska State Patrol office in Lincoln. Okay, but the car search was none of their business. See, the traffic stop was about speeding. The $124,700 in cash, none of their business. They should have let him go. None of their business. The district court concluded that the government had not established by a preponderance of the evidence that there was a substantial connection between the money and a drug trafficking offense. The court noted that a large sums of unexplained currency can be evidence of drug trafficking, and that in this case the money was bundled in an unusual manner. The court also concluded, however, that the claimants had given a plausible and consistent explanation for the money's origin and intended use, and that the bundling is consistent with an attempt to sort the currency by contributor and to conceal the currency from would-be thieves, and not just to evade law enforcement. In addition, the court observed that the government had not presented any expert testimony about whether the manner of the bundles were wrapped either increased or decreased the likelihood of the currency's use or connection with drug trafficking offenses. Yeah, they were being assholes. I agree. I agree. Asshole moment. Asshole cop moment. Judge Stephen, that hairline. Stephen Coloton wrote the majority opinion for himself and Judge Arnold. Coloton wrote, the United States initiated civil forfeiture proceedings against $124,700 in United States currency, alleging that the money was subject to forfeiture as the proceeds of a drug transaction or as property used to facilitate the possession, transportation, sale, concealment, receipt, or distribution of a controlled substance. 3 individuals filed claims opposing the forfeiture, and after a bench trial, the district court entered judgment in favor of the claimants. The government appeals, and we reverse and remand for further proceedings. It's weird, but not their business. Exactly. Exactly. You pulled him over for speeding. You gave him a warning. You're done. Let him go. Okay, so here's what I'm gathering from this is that, first of all, they couldn't prove that the money had been obtained illegally. They couldn't prove that it was being concealed for illegal reasons. And they forfeited the money. They sued $124,700 in US currency without charging Gonzalez with a crime. Why did they take the money? What reason did they have to take the money? What? If they were like, oh yeah, he's definitely like, we have solid proof that he either obtained or was holding this money illegally. Like, we have evidence that he committed a crime, right? But in that case, it would be versus Gonzalez himself, because he'd be getting convicted of a crime and tried for a crime. But the United States just said, oh no, $124,700. We can't prove where it came from or where it's going, but I do want that. Can you give that to me? Give that to me. I also find it interesting that it took them 3 years. They pulled him over for speeding in 2003 and then stole his $124,700 in US currency in 2006. God, this Oh yeah, that's just theft. Yeah. Girl, don't fucking play with me. All right, here we go. United States v. approximately 64,695 shark fins. United States v. approximately 64,695 pounds of shark fins is a 2008 decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit concerning civil forfeiture and admiralty law. Admiralty. I do think it seems the article is saying that they didn't actually get his money because they couldn't prove there was a good reason for it, so at least there's a happy ending. Wait, what's the ruling? Decided... God, this is all legal jargon. I don't know what this is. Bundling and concealment of large amounts of currency combined with other suspicious circumstances supports a connection between money and drug trafficking. A plausible but unlikely explanation by a claimant fails to show that the currency was not substantially connected to narcotics offense. Judgment of the district court reversed. What does that mean? So did they get his money or not? I'm sorry, wait, see also... United States v. 43 gallons of whiskey. One 1958 Plymouth sedan v. Pennsylvania. South Dakota v. 15 impounded cats. I'm sorry, I'm opening all of these tabs. These are all, we're reading all of these. Okay, here we go. Judge Stephen Reinhart wrote for a 3-judge panel that ordered that the shark fins be returned to their owners, reversing a decision by the Southern District of California. The government did not appeal this case further. The case began in 2002. God, these bitches are slow. Oh my, going to court for any reason, I would hate to. I would never. Oh shit. I just realized. Okay, I just realized So, okay, in like September, like the very beginning of September, I got pulled over for the first time and they gave me a ticket. And so I called a lawyer and they were like, "Oh yeah, no problem. We'll get this. We'll handle this for you." Um, and they were like, "Okay, so basically, um, the state government has said that, you know, since it's your first time ever being pulled over and you've had your license for a few years, you can, you know, just do this like driving safety course. Because it wasn't a state I lived in either. I was out of state. Oh my God. Ellie just dropped like the worst, the nastiest dookie. Oh, I can smell it from here. Oh my God. Anyway, it wasn't a state I lived in either. So they were like, "Oh yeah, as long if you just like take this like traffic safety online course or whatever, we'll take that to the court and they'll just like bump this off your record, no problem." I was like, okay. So I took the lesson. It was very obviously for teenagers. You know, like they were like it was very obviously like, "You're taking this course because your frontal lobe isn't fully developed yet." Like it was a miserable read. It took me several hours simply because I was dragging my feet through it because it was awful. Anyway, so I got the certificate. I emailed that to the lawyer. The lawyer took that to court, and then they sent me an email and they were like, "Hey, by the way, just so you know, some stuff happened. Your court date got delayed to December. So no need to worry. We'll just handle it in December." And reading that just now made me realize, should I have followed up with them just to make sure they actually went? Just to make sure they actually went and there's not a warrant for my arrest in a state I don't live in. Oh well. Yeah, whenever I went to jury duty this year, they wanted me to participate in a case that had been going on since 2002? Oh my God. That is crazy. The case began in 2002 when a Coast Guard crew working from a Navy ship stopped and searched the King Diamond II, a U.S. flagged Hong Kong-based vessel in international waters off the coast of Guatemala. That's a lot. That is a loaded sentence. A U.S. flagged Hong Kong-based vessel in international waters off the coast of Guatemala. But you know, of course the U.S. Navy would be there. On board the ship, they found shark fins, equivalent to 32.3 tons, but without any corresponding shark carcasses. The Coast Guard, upon further investigation, found documentary evidence that the King Diamond II, is it the King Diamond II or King Diamond II when you're talking about boats? I don't know. That the King Diamond had arranged to meet fishing vessels at a predetermined location and buy various quantities of fins. These activities were believed to violate the Shark Finning Prohibition Act of 2000. The fins were thus seized and the ship escorted to San Diego, the nearest American port. That's too many countries. We should stop naming places. We should order the world in a way that is new. How does that sound? I can be your supreme leader. I think it is the second. Yeah, I think so too. What does it matter that there's two of them though? Because we're not even talking about the first King Diamond. Wait, can I see a picture of the boat? No, there's no hyperlink for the boat. That's fucked up. Federal agencies filed charges against the King Diamond's owner, operator, and captain. They further sought the forfeiture of the fins under in rem jurisdiction, resulting in the unusual case title. Judge Barry Ted Moskowitz granted the order in 2005. The boat's owners appealed to the Ninth Circuit, which reversed Moskowitz's decision 3 years later. It held that the seizure was illegal. The King Diamond's activities did not meet a definition of a fishing vessel under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. Since it did not, under SFPA, the fins could not have been lawfully seized in the high seas. In 2011, President Barack Obama signed the Shark Conservation Act into law, which closed these loopholes. Okay, here's my question. So, the case started in 2002. They seize the shark fins. The judge grants the order. Wait. Yeah, the judge grants the order to seize the shark fins in 2005. 3 years later, so in 2008, they appealed the decision and have it reversed and declared that it was illegal for them to seize the shark fins. Here's my question. Are you guys ready for my question? There's no way the shark fins lasted intact for 6 years. What happened to them? What happened to the actual shark fins? What happened to the approximately 64,695 pounds of shark fins? I have to know. I have to know. If the captain and his crew never got the shark fins back, if they never got the shark fins back, then what did the government do with them after they were seized? What happened to the shark fins? China's late 20th century economic reforms produced a middle class that increased demand for traditional luxury items like shark fins. Chinese traditional medicine ascribes various restorative and healing effects to the fins, and the soup is considered a delicacy, costing as much as $100 per bowl. The Chinese demand for fins led fishing crews to both take them from sharks in their bycatch and start fishing for sharks directly. Shark populations began declining. Since they're predators near the top of the marine food chain, an umbrella species playing an important role in maintaining ocean ecosystems, this could have serious adverse environmental consequences for marine fisheries. Campaigns began in many nations to prohibit or greatly curtail finning in both territorial and international waters and work towards international agreements on the practice. In the U.S., President Bill Clinton signed the Shark Finning Prohibition Act into law in 2000, shortly before leaving office, and amended the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the primary statute regulating fisheries in the U.S.'s exclusive economic zone, up to 200 nautical miles offshore, to prohibit finning in U.S. territorial waters by any vessels. And the possession of fins by a U.S. flagged vessel in international waters or the landing of any fins at U.S. port without corresponding carcasses, amounting to at least 20 times the weight of the fins. The National Marine Fishery... Okay, sorry, hold on. Let me reread that entire sentence. It amended the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the primary statute regulating fisheries in the U.S. exclusive economic zone up to 200 nautical miles offshore, to prohibit finning in U.S. territorial waters by any vessels, and the possession of fins by a U.S. flagged vessel in international waters, or the landing of any fins at a U.S. port without corresponding carcasses amounting to at least 20 times the weight of the fins. The National Marine Fisheries Service was charged with promulgating and implementing regulations to enforce the act. During the congressional debate on the SFPA, any Paleomavega, non-voting delegate to the House of Representatives from American Samoa, had expressed concern about the lack of language barring vessels from engaging in the transshipment of fins, such as purchasing those taken by other vessels on the high seas. To stop this, he introduced an amendment to the bill banning the possession of the fins without the carcasses by fishing vessels as defined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and the landing of the same by any vessel. Congress assumed that this language would be sufficient to accomplish its intended purpose. On August 13th, 2002, U.S. Navy destroyer USS Fife was in international waters southeast of... This has so many names in it that I'm having a hard time pronouncing, and I don't like not being able to pronounce things because it makes me look stupid. Was in international waters southeast of Acapulco, Mexico, when it observed the King Diamond, an 84-foot U.S. flagged vessel. What does flagged mean in this context? Ship registration is the process by which a ship is documented and given the nationality of the country to which the ship has been documented. The nationality allows the ship to travel internationally as its proof of ownership of the vessel. Okay, wait. So this vessel, if I'm reading this right, is from Hong Kong, is territorially marked by the U.S., and was investigated outside of Guatemala. Every ship needs to be a part of a country and have their flag. This ship is weird and strange. Anyway, a U.S. flag vessel owned by Tran and Yu Inc., a shipping company in Hong Kong, its home port. The Fife's crew asked more questions over the radio. The Fife's crew asked more questions over the radio. It learned that the King Diamond, having sailed out of Honolulu some time ago, was on its way from Honolulu to Guatemala. A Coast Guard detachment aboard the Fife confirmed that it was properly flying the U.S. flag. The Coast Guard was suspicious since the ship was low in the water, suggesting it was carrying heavy cargo. Yet there was no cranes or other equipment that a legitimate fishing vessel would be expected to have. Instead, there were several large shipping containers. Via radio, they asked the Joint Interagency Task Force West, a consortium of various federal law enforcement agencies, for permission to investigate further, since smugglers and drug traffickers were known to use that route. After receiving permission to do so, the Coast Guard boarded the King Diamond. The stench of decaying fish quickly led them to a large quantity of shark fins. They were in bundles on the deck. The shipping container and filling most of the 40-ton hold, where the ammonia odor was so strong that the Coast Guardsman who found them had to breathe through his mouth since it burned his nose. Since no corresponding carcasses could be found, the task force told the boarding party that this indicated a likely violation of the SFPA and to consider the ship a crime scene as the fins were contraband. This is absolutely crazy. What happened to the shark fins? They were already rotting when the Coast Guard got there. Hey, Callie, how's it going? They were already rotting when the Coast Guard got there. So what happened to the fins? I'm literally dying to know. 2 days later, the Coast Guard cutter Chase took over, escorting the King Diamond to San Diego. Along the way, the investigation continued. The Coast Guard reported that the 4-man crew was cooperative in the investigation, largely sitting back and watching television in the lounge. Me as fuck. Since they claimed not to have finned the sharks themselves, they believed they had not done anything wrong. Ship's record revealed that the King Diamond had met fishing vessels, primarily Korean longline fishing boats, at prearranged locations in the high seas near Fiji and the Solomon Islands, and bought fins from them for a total of $250,000. On an earlier voyage that summer, the ship had made $6 million from shark fins obtained the same way. Korean language records from a broker on board indicated an ongoing operation, giving the names of other ships involved. The refrigeration unit on board had broken before the ship had left Honolulu, and the fins were on deck in an attempt to dry them out to reduce the odor. Ew, that's disgusting. Oh my God, who's going to buy that? So they're just selling overpriced rotting soup? I think. I don't know. In San Diego, the fins were unloaded and weighed. It took a crew of 7 hours to unload all of the fins, most of which had been tied to 2-by-3-foot bundles weighing roughly 100 pounds each. They were put on trucks to be secured in a cold storage facility as evidence pending the outcome of legal proceedings. Okay. So basically So were they frozen for 6 years? Is that what I'm being led to believe? At 32.3 tons, the total was more than twice the anticipated amount, making it the largest seizure of shark fins ever. It was estimated that the fins represented a total of 30,000 sharks taken, which is upsetting. Bales of confiscated shark fins. I think I kind of, it's a blurry picture, but I think I can kind of see, the shape of the fins. They almost look like planks of wood. Also, if this steep decline into the surface of the water is what they're talking about when they say the boat was low in the water, yeah, I'd also be suspicious of that. Frozen stuff stays good forever. That's what I'm saying. In early 2003, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Fisheries Office of Law Enforcement finished its investigation and charged Tran and Yu, Tai Long Hong Marine Products Limited, is it limited? I think it's limited, of Hong Kong, for whom the fins had been bought, and Qian Tang Nguyen, captain of the King Diamond, with 26 counts of violating the SFPA. They were assessed fines of $620,000, the highest civil penalty ever levied for a violation of the act. Tai Long believed that the government had exceeded its statutory authority by confiscating the fins. It argued that before Judge Barry Ted Moskowitz, a federal district judge over the Southern District of California, granted the injunction against NOAA, prohibiting it from selling the fins itself. Hold on. It argued that before Judge Barry Ted Moskowitz, a federal district judge for Southern District, California, who granted what is an injunction? An injunction is an equitable remedy in the form of a special court order compelling a party to do or refrain from doing certain acts. The company and the agency agreed that in return for the former putting up a $775,000 bond that it would take possession of the shark fins, although they remained in cold storage pending the outcome of the case. Tai Lung pre-sold the fins for an amount almost equal to the fine against it. Smart thinking. NOAA then initiated a civil forfeiture action with the bond substituting for the fins. Okay, I need to know what happened to the fins. Simply put, this case narrows down to whether the King Diamond is a vessel which was equipped to be used for, or of a type which is normally used for aiding or assisting one or more vessels at sea in the performance of any activity relating to fishing. Common sense suggests that buying fish from fishermen at sea for resale is an activity related to fishing under the SFPA. Selling the fish at sea saves the storage, transportation, and landing expenses necessary to bring the fish to market, thereby increasing the profitability of the voyage. Like going from ship to ship, purchasing a total of 64,695 pounds of shark fins for resale in the wholesale market, the King Diamond aided and assisted an activity related to fishing within the plain meaning of the statute and became a fishing vessel. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Okay, so basically because you bought fish, basically what he's arguing here is that they don't have fishing equipment. They don't fish from the boat, but they buy fish from boats that get fish from the ocean, right? There are fishing boats, and then this boat bought the fish from the fishing boat, which makes it a fishing boat. Basically, they were like, okay, but you still got fish from the ocean. Wait, no, hold on, wait, I'm running a poll on this. Does that make it a fishing boat? Hold on, wait. Is my boat a fishing boat if I get fish from boats that are fish that are? Yes. No. Doesn't that make cruises fishing boats? No, because I think the argument here, because, okay, cruises come to port. From what I know, cruises come to port and they have all their like food and supplies and stuff loaded at the port. I think. I don't know how cruises work. But like, that's what I'm being led to believe. That just makes it a trade vessel. He was like, no. Okay, so you left and you were on the ocean and you didn't go back to land, but you came back with fish, that makes you a fishing boat. That's what he's saying. No ports needed. Let's see. No, everyone said no. Moskowitz qualified his interpretation by disagreeing with the government's assertion that the mere purchase of the fins constituted an activity in support of fishing, pointing out that would make into a fishing vessel any ship where someone aboard purchased a single fin for personal use. But in this case, the King Diamond and its crew had acted as a middleman, effectively bringing the shark fin market to the foreign fishing vessels at sea. This act, in and of itself, aided and assisted in the foreign fishing vessels which no longer had to store, transport, and land their shark fins in order to sell them at market. By doing so, they had saved time and money for the other fishing vessels they had taken the fins from. He cited a document in the records, a communication between Tran and the Korean broker, explicitly saying that a rendezvous will save time and cost as proof. So now we're like, okay, so like if you buy fish anywhere on the ocean and you're on a boat, does that make the boat that you're on, does that make your boat a fishing boat? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's Atlantis Uber Eats. Oh my god. Hold on, where did I? Okay. Became a fishing vessel. That's fucking ridiculous. Moskowitz found reinforcement in NMFS regulations implementing the SFPA. The prohibition of landing shark fins without corresponding carcasses extends to any vessel, including a cargo or shipping vessel, that obtained those fins from another vessel at sea. The preamble read, any such at-sea transfer of shark fins effectively would make the receiving vessel a fishing vessel. No! 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 As the receiving vessel is acting in support of fishing. This is the most, like, Twitter-brained, like, opinion. This is the, oh, so you hate waffles of fishing boat arguments. While I agree that, yes, giving somebody money, for like illegally obtained fish parts or parts of any animal, right? You are directly supporting that industry which harms those animals. Yes, that is true. What it does not do is make your ship a fishing boat. It doesn't mean you caught the sharks. Because fishing boats have to have a specific permits and licenses. If this delivery boat requires a fishing qualifies as a fishing boat, then all boats who pick up fish from fishing vessels would need the same permits. And if that were the case, they would be fined heavily for not having permits. Like, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Oh my god. Oh my god. This would be like if I was talking about, I was talking about YouTubers earlier. And then I said something, and then it turned out that like somebody I was talking about did something bad. And somebody was like, I can't believe Pipi Ananassa endorses and wants to replicate the actions of this YouTuber who did something bad. That's what they're doing here in federal court. That's what they're doing. Oh my god. Tai Lung had claimed that language applied only to vessels landing shark fins and not just those possessing them as the King Diamond had at the time of its interdiction, but Moskowitz responded that the use of any indicated a broader reach. Bro, we're all fishing boats. What if we were all fishing boats? Would you still love me if I was a fishing boat containing 64,690 pounds of shark fins? The bill's legislative history showed that Congress had intended that broad reach. Senator Ernest Hollings had, in opposing the bill, worried that it might bar American ships from the shark fin trade entirely. The Congressional Budget Office had found that the bill enacted a mandate to that effect in its report to the House of Representatives. Thus, the legislative history confirms that the SFPA applies to the King Diamond in its possession of 64,695 pounds of shark fins. Would you steal from me if I was a boat containing way too many shark fins? Lastly, Tai Lung had argued that even if the King Diamond was a fishing vessel under the statute, the interplay between the two sections of the SFPA and its implementing regulations rendered them unconstitutionally vague, making it impossible for it to easily determine whether the statute applied to the King Diamond. It argued that this failure of the government to thus provide an adequate notice that the law would be enforced against such vessels was a violation of their right to due process. Moskowitz found the Supreme Court's decision in Hoffman Estates v. the flip side relevant to his analysis. Okay. My phone is losing battery. As it's plugged in and running the iPhone AR kit. So we might be in a race against my phone battery here. Sorry. There, the court had reversed the Seventh Circuit and upheld a local ordinance imposing restrictions on the sale of drug paraphernalia. Like SFPA, Moskowitz observed that ordinance too had been enforced only with civil penalties and was primarily an economic regulation aimed at business activity, which businesses can reasonably be expected to study and prepare for. Accordingly, the SFPA provisions do not merit strict scrutiny for vagueness. Under a lesser standard, Moskowitz strongly rejected the vagueness of the argument. The fishing vessel definition here is patently broad on its face, he wrote. So broad, in fact, that an ordinary person of reasonable intelligence would think that the King Diamond's activities would probably be included in the blanket fishing vessel definition rather than exempt from it. Common sense indicates that picking up fish or its part at sea aids fishing and thereby renders the vessel within the express definition of fishing vessel under the Magnuson-Stevens. No! No, I would not assume that. I would not assume that. Oh my God. He found further that the publication of the SFPA regulations by NMFS in the Federal Register constituted constructive notice to Tai Lung. A reasonable person in the shark fin business would be aware that the SFPA's application to the King Diamond's activities. Yeah, common sense, they say. Basically, like, they're not just saying, oh yeah, no, it counts as a fishing vessel. They're saying it's a fishing vessel. Duh. Like, no, you're wrong. You're literally wrong. Oh my God. Tai Lung appealed, working out stipulations with the NOAA to expedite that process. Foremost among them was an agreement on the market value of the fins, $618,956 to be forfeited if the appeals court ruled in the government's favor. The district court granted the forfeiture in the middle of 2005, and the case went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So because your son does drugs and lives in the same house with you, even though you did never partake in the purchase or use of the drugs, you're still going to jail because you're a drug smuggler. That shit is crazy. Oh my God. Judges Stephen Reinhart, Raymond C. Fisher, and Richard R. Clifton, nominated to the court by Presidents Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush respectively, were impaneled to hear the case. After oral arguments in May 2007, they announced their decision 10 months later in March 2008. Unanimously, they reversed Moskowitz and ruled that the King Diamond was not a fishing vessel, therefore the fins had not been lawfully seized. In this case, wrote Reinhardt, we find nothing in the plain meaning of the statute that would provide notice of the owners of the King Diamond that its activities would render it a fishing vessel. He read the text of the statute closely to show where Moskowitz had erred. Indeed, the ship had refrigerated, stored, and transported the fins, but the governing words were aid and assist. Reinhardt cited the dictionary definitions of both words as generally connoting each other, connoting doing an act for the benefit of another. He explained at length why the purchase of an item does not constitute aid or assistance to the seller. This is more like you're also moving the drugs for them and selling them elsewhere. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. He explained at length why the purchase of an item does not constitute or aid the assistance to the seller. Okay, Twitter users, take note. In this case, the charterers of the King Diamond did not purchase, store, and transport shark fins for the benefit of the foreign fishing vessels. Instead, they purchased the fins for their own commercial purposes. The foreign fishing vessels had no interest in the shark fins after selling them to the King Diamond. As a result, the King Diamond's subsequent post-purchase storage and transport of the shark fins did not benefit the foreign vessels any more than the purchaser of any other product aids and assists the seller by storing the goods it has acquired in a warehouse or transporting them to the location at which it intends to resell them. Nor does the mere act of purchasing constitute an act of aiding and assisting the seller. Otherwise, it would not be necessary in criminal statutes that are intended to punish buyers as well as sellers of illegal substances to specify the former group expressly. It would be enough that selling is prescribed and that the purchaser bought the illicit product. Under the district court's theory, the simple act of purchasing would make a buyer an aider or an abettor. This is simply incorrect. He's kind of spitting. He's kind of spitting. I saw, Mimi, I see your cheer badge, and I see my cheer badges so infrequently that I wasn't really sure what that badge was. He noted that purchase was not specifically included as a support activity in the statute. For the same reasons, Reinhardt rejected Moskowitz's finding that specifically the purchase of the fins at premeditated locations in the high seas aided the fishing vessels the King Diamond purchased the fins from, since it was at all times acting on its own interests. It may have been beneficial or even necessary to those vessels' business operations, but the choice did not change the nature of the purchaser's actions in any respect. They still purchased the fins, stored them, and transported them for their own commercial purposes. From the standpoint of the purchaser, any benefit to the seller was incidental. He's kind of spitting. He's kind of spitting. Oh my God. Even the letter to the broker, specifically stating that the at-sea purchases would save time and expense, was not convincing. It does not establish that the failure or inability to make such arrangements with respect to all foreign vessels constituted aiding or assisting those to which the King Diamond actually went. Surely, purchasing all the shark fins at the dock would have been profitable for Tai Lung if the cost were to remain the same, and surely the sellers benefited from selling at a particular location, just as they benefited from making the sale in the first place. Nevertheless, wherever the purchase is made, the purchaser is doing no more than making a purchase that it desires to make for its own business reasons. As a result, while the district court's assumption that the seller would benefit from the location of a particular sale appears reasonable, it is irrelevant. Did you know that during a raid or warrant search, police are allowed to take your property, including cars and money, and even if you are found innocent, they are not required to return your valuables to you, and you're just shit out of luck? I hope you don't have 64,000 pounds of shark fins. Because there's a strong chance you're not getting that back. While the court recognized Congress' intent to curtail and eventually eliminate shark finning by passing the SFPA, the broad purpose of the act provides no help to the government with regard to issue on appeal. He turned finally to the regulations, where he pointed out that Moskowitz had applied the language from Preamble too broadly. In context, it suggests the opposite. Instead of being a case of a vessel with shark fins bound for an American port, the case was instead covered by the regulations on possession, since the King Diamond was bound for a foreign port, and those provisions are specific to fishing vessels. Where an agency includes language in one section of the regulation and omits it in another, it is reasonable to presume that the agency acted intentionally in foregoing the language, he wrote, paraphrasing parallel Supreme Court precedent regarding congressional intent. Taken together, Reinhardt concluded, the regulations and the preamble may be reasonably read to provide notice to the vessels that engage in at-sea transfers of fins are prohibited from landing shark fins in the U.S. port, but they do not provide notice that such vessels are prohibited from possessing fins for the purpose of making a delivery to a foreign port. He also noted that the preamble had language stating that it was not the NMFS's intent to interfere with international trade. Under the circumstances, a reasonable person would not have fair notice that the activities of the King Diamond would render it a fishing vessel under the statute. As a result, we hold that the district court's application of the possession prohibition of the SFPA to the King Diamond as a fishing vessel violated due process. Get his ass. Get his ass. Goodness, my throat is getting dry. Within a month of the decision, Madeleine Bordallo, delegate from Guam, would it be Bordallo? Delegate from Guam, introduced the Shark Conservation Act in the U.S. House to close the loophole highlighted by the decision. It eliminated the fins to carcass ratio entirely and replaced it with language forbidding any U.S. flag vessel, not just a fishing vessel, from carrying shark fins not naturally attached to the corresponding carcass, mirroring a law already adopted by Hawaii. In his later report on the bill, Representative Nick Rahal, the committee chair, said that Congress had believed in 2000 the language of Magnuson-Stevens was sufficient to prevent transshipment. The new legislation's primary purpose, he stated explicitly, was to close the loophole the decision opened. The bill was referred to the National Resources Committee, which then referred to its Subcommittee of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Oceans, chaired by Bordallo. Hearings were held a week later, at which Shelley Clark, a researcher at Imperial College London who studies shark fin trade, observed that transshipment operations such as the King Diamonds were common and would likely continue as competition in Hong Kong, the industry's traditional center, grew more intense. While the transshipment ban was an effective response to the decision, she suggested that shipments of containerized fins be allowed if they had been separated from their carcasses after landing. In the report, Rahal did not directly criticize the court, but Don Young of Alaska, the committee's ranking member, did. In a section for additional views at the end of the report, he called the Ninth Circuit's decision mistaken. The King Diamond's action was clearly a violation of the act, but the court ruled otherwise. The court was clearly wrong in their decision, and I am glad that we are overriding the court decision in this case. So you're telling me this shipment is trans? Okay. Here's what I feel like I should say. Finning is bad. Finning is really, really, really bad. And shark populations are extremely important for local ecosystems. They basically keep biodiversity. They keep biodiversity in our oceans alive and well. So the actual act of possessing 64,000 pounds of shark fins, very, 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 very bad. Extremely bad, especially if we don't know where the rest of the shark is, right? Like, presumably, if you kill a shark for food, we want to consume the whole shark and waste nothing. Like, so just having fins is a bad thing, okay? Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm gonna scroll up so this white lady isn't staring holes into your soul while I say this. What makes this case funny is the argument over whether or not trading fish for currency between two vessels makes the vessel with the currency a fishing vessel. That's what's funny about this. Especially considering they don't actually kill the sharks. They let the sharks drift aimlessly through the water until they starve and die. Like, fishing, I think, because of the forgive my pun, murkiness of international waters, illegal fishing is a huge problem that needs much more regulation than it actually has. If you just read stories about how illegal fishing is conducted and how it works and how the effect it has on the people that do it, like, what the fuck? Like, it is so insane, and it is vile to the animals. It is vile to the workers, most of which are disenfranchised people, or like people who are stuck in poverty, who basically like this is like the only way for them to make any money in the country that they live in. A lot of them are, you know, from foreign countries. They can't get money any other way. They're abused by their workplace. The working conditions are horrible. Like all around illegal fishing. Oh my God. Like it is a beast just let loose in the oceans. Oh my God. But like, arguing that buying fish parts inherently makes you a fisher? That shit is funny as hell. That shit is so stupid. Have you watched the Rotten Mango video on squid fishers? Yes. Yes, it's horrible. It's actually horrible. But like, this back and forth of well, actually, technically, you're a fishing vessel. You were on the ocean and you received fish. That makes you a fishing vessel. That's stupid. So stupid. Do I think they violated the act? Yes. Like, buying illegal goods, like, you're still in possession of illegal goods. You're still in possession of illegal shark fins obtained in incredibly abusive ways. But to say that, but to call you a fisher because you bought fish on the sea is insanely hilarious. I can't with this shit. Oh my God. Okay. Next court case. United States versus 43 gallons of whiskey. United States v. 43 Gallons of Whiskey is a United States Supreme Court case in which the court held that Congress has the power to regulate the possession and sale of liquor in the lands of and near Native American tribes, and upheld an order to seize barrels containing 43 gallons of whiskey that were being traded on a Native American land. I'm sure this one's gonna be a great read. I'm sure this one is gonna make everyone feel warm and fuzzy. I can't with this shit. In 1872, Bernard Lariviere took unlicensed barrels of whiskey to the Indian village of Crookston, Minnesota, to trade with Native Americans under the assumption that the land belonged to the Chippewa tribe and was thus outside of the United States jurisdiction, and the federal government seized the barrels under the 1834 Non-Intercourse Act. Non-Intercourse Act is how I... Hold on, give me a second. Non-intercourse is how I be acting every day. This is horrible. Lariviere filed a lawsuit claiming the United States government had no jurisdiction over Indian land. Based. He argued that the whiskey... Based, but for the wrong reason. He argued that the whiskey was seized in the organized county of Polk County, Minnesota, and not on Indian territory, as Polk County did not border any Indian lands. Lower courts agreed, holding that the whiskey was unlawfully seized. The United States appealed against this to the Supreme Court. Writing for the court, Justice Davis observed that the Treaty of Old Crossing, which ceded the land to the United States, stated that though Crookston was Indian land, legislation passed by Congress would apply in relation to the regulation of liquor being introduced to the area and that trading with tribes implied consent to the United States legislation. He further wrote that the formation of the state of Minnesota did not ipso facto stop the land being Indian country, as Congress had the authority to determine what the boundaries of Native American land were, and that Congress had extended the definition of Indian country to the area in which the whiskey was seized as part of an area coded under the treaty, but not a full Indian reservation. So, what I'm hearing is you just wanted the whiskey. So, oh, no. That land does belong to the natives. It's just not really. Not really give us the barrels, is what I'm hearing. Non-intercourse act is my favorite kind of act. Hashtag asexual. That is a second comedy pin from Cherry Blossoms. Oh my god, okay. Holding that the treaty superseded state law, the court vacated the original judgment and remanded the case back to United States District Court for the District of Minnesota. The case has been cited as a precedent in cases involving Native Americans and alcohol importation. This one is gross. I don't like this one. All right, next one. 1958 Plymouth sedan v. Pennsylvania. 1958 Plymouth sedan v. Pennsylvania was a Supreme Court of the United States case handed down in 1965. The court ruled that civil forfeiture could not apply where the evidence was used to invoke the forfeiture was obtained illegally. Some police officers followed the suspect vehicle and pulled over the car because it was quote-unquote riding low. Without a warrant, they searched the trunk and found untaxed liquor. The car was seized, and the state also attempted to confiscate the automobile in question as a civil penalty. The court ruled unanimously that the Fourth Amendment's protection against the unreasonable searches and seizures, held applicable to the states by the 14th Amendment, applies to civil actions. By the way, anyone watching this who's not familiar with the amendments of the U.S. Constitution, I'm sorry. Anyway, applies to civil actions by the states as well as criminal ones, noting that one could be subject to an even worse penalty in a civil proceeding where the value of the items being forfeited might be more than the maximum possible fine in a criminal case. The form of styling of this case, the plaintiff being an object, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, we've already read this. Title of this case reads like one of me. You know the who would win entire state of Pennsylvania or 1958 Plymouth sedan? That's funny. That's funny as fuck. All right, that one's really short. None of them so far have been as long as United States v. approximately 64,695 pounds of shark fins. That one is legendary. That one is legendary. All right, South Dakota v. 15 impounded cats. South Dakota v. 15 impounded cats is the 2010 Supreme Court of South Dakota's civil forfeiture case brought by the U.S. state of South Dakota against 15 cats that they had seized on grounds of interfering with the driver's visibility. The seizure was challenged by the owner of the cats, and the court found in a 3-2 majority that the seizure was lawful because of the risk to pedestrians as well as to the cats. The form of styling in this case, blah, 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 we know that one. On August 13th, 2009, a police officer stopped a woman who was driving to Texas as she was reversing out of a parking spot and nearly hit the officer's patrol car. Inside, the policeman found 15 cats as the driver was living in her car. The police, 15. Sorry, I'm envisioning my car. And how, like, you know, I had Ellie in my car once. I'm trying to imagine 15 Ellies in my car. 15. I simply do not know. I simply do not know. The police officer impounded the cats on the grounds of poor sanitary conditions in the car, noting a full litter box and a strong pet odor. After being told of the plan of the state to put the cats up for adoption and denying her the opportunity to take them back, the driver challenged the seizure in court. Animal hoarder, it sounds like, yeah. The case was originally heard in the South Dakota Circuit Courts. During the hearing, the judge ruled that due to the cats impeding the driver's view out of her car, there were exigent circumstances to support the civil forfeiture. The driver then appealed to the South Dakota Supreme Court on the grounds that the seizure violated her constitutional rights, specifically her right to due process, and the seizure was done with insufficient evidence. With regards to constitutionality, the driver argued that there was a plain error, but the court rejected it on the grounds that the plain error would only be applicable if it would create a ludicrous result or invite ridicule of the entire justice system. The driver then argued that the seizure was unlawful as the police officer did not have a warrant. The state responded by stating that under the South Dakota Circuit Law 41-5, warrantless seizures were lawful if the animals were injured, diseased, or suffering, or if there was another exigent circumstance where delay would cause suffering. The court ruled that due to the cats being allowed to roam freely in the car while the woman was driving, they could obstruct the driver's windows. Accordingly, they ruled that there was an exigent circumstance that might have been a child that was almost hit, rather than the officer's car. The driver had also argued that the evidence was insufficient to support the circuit court's ruling, as she had argued she had kept the cats in humane conditions. However, this was rejected by the court, as they did not believe the circuit court decision was erroneous. Accordingly, the appeal was rejected by the Chief Justice David Gilbertson. Justices Konekamp and Zinter concurred, with Konekamp writing a concurring opinion but arguing that it was due to the risks of the cats themselves that he agreed the seizure was lawful. I would agree. I would agree that it's lawful not for her safety, but for the cats. Justice Severson dissented on the grounds that the exigent circumstances definition was too vague, and this situation did not meet the standards as the state vet had said the cats were in good health. Severson also stated that the driver was not charged with any traffic offense and that she should have been had the state intended to rely on her being unable to operate the vehicle, as that was their focus in the seizure hearings. Justice Muir Henry concurred with the obiter dicta, Latin phrase meaning said in passing. The case was later cited as precedent in South Dakota state law. Interesting. Very interesting. Ugh. I mean, when unnecessary Latin. That's so fucking true. Oh my god, Sethos. Sethos is back to inflict the twerking plague upon my chat. How's it going? I just realized the optics of me standing in front of a Wikipedia article that reads in giant letters, South Dakota v. 15 impounded cats. Let me change to something a little bit more reasonable and dignified. There we go. Ugh. I'm considering and thinking of potentially, did somebody say twerking? I said twerking. The twerking plague is back. The twerking plague is back. The twerking plague is like the dancing plague, but somehow like worse. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like it's the medication that's making me think I can stream for longer. So I think we are gonna wrap up. Because I don't wanna be like, this is my year, Chad Poles, and then immediately burn out. Um so let us look after our extensive peek into United States legal history. Let us look at who is streaming. Maybe I'll raid into somebody who um is a little bit more brain turned off, you know? Thanks for joining me today. Wow, wow, wow. Let me see here. You know what? Usually I try not to raid channels that are bigger than me. But it appears as if Scout Clown Depot is streaming, and we were just talking about how I don't talk about content creators that I like. So why don't we raid Scout Clown Depot? Fantastic stream, my lord. Thank you, thank you. drop a follow if you haven't. Thank you. Alrighty. We're gonna raid Clown Depot. Thank you so much for coming to stream today. Remember to be kind to yourselves and each other. Make sure you get up, stretch, get some water, go pee. And I will see you tomorrow, maybe? I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. Probably a little bit earlier. I'm trying to shoot for around noon. I don't know what we're doing. I'm just like in a mood. I want to stream. So teehee. Thank you everybody for coming by. And I will see you guys next time. If you have maybe I'll look at my 4th anniversary suggestions for what I should do. Um I will see you guys later. Thank you. Thank you again. Bye 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 bye. Happy New Year. Also, chat, I'm cutting this part out of the VOD, but we talked a lot about my goals and stuff, and I just wanted to tell you that if at any point throughout this year, the next year, I suddenly graduate or go on a long hiatus, let's just say it's not because I'm quitting. You haven't seen the last of me.